In just a minute, I think all of our appellants and DWR are here at the table, so it's just almost 9 o'clock, and we'll get started in just a second. Ding, it's 9 o'clock. All right, good morning. I'm Julie Lee, Chair of the Delta Stewardship Council and the hearing officer for these proceedings. We're here for day 2 of the public hearing, including public comment on the appeals of the certification of consistency for the Delta Conveyance project. Let the record reflect that it is 9 a.m. on Friday, February 27th, 2026, and we are here in the California Natural Resources Building in Sacramento, California. We're also broadcasting this live on Zoom, and our hearing will be broadcast and archived on YouTube, which you can find at www.youtube.com/@Delta Council, where the audio and video recordings will be available for later review. At this time, in accordance with our Bagley-Keene requirements, I'll ask Emma to conduct a roll call of all council members to establish a quorum. Emma, can you lead us?
Councilmember Burgess.
Here.
Councilmember Eggman.
Here.
Councilmember Maranian.
Here.
Councilmember Miller.
Here.
Councilmember Patterson.
Here.
Councilmember Zingali.
Here.
Chair Lee.
Here.
We have a quorum.
Thank you. All right, today's hearing will start with questions from the council members. Once the questions are concluded, we'll hear public comments. We will take a 60-minute lunch break around noon, and we will have a break mid-morning between the questions and beginning public comment as well. Please keep in mind when providing comments today that the scope of the council's review is limited to appeals of the certification of consistency. We will not be making a decision today. There will be another determination hearing set within 60 days of this hearing, so we won't be discussing a decision today. As with yesterday's proceeding, this hearing will be recorded by a certified court reporter. If you're interested in purchasing final transcripts from the reporter, please coordinate with them directly. The company name is Regal Court Reporting. Their telephone number is 916-474-3606. Emma, can you please explain the process for public comment?
Yes, Madam Chair. Anyone who would like to provide oral public comment today during the public comment period may turn in a comment card to the public participation table or contact the council clerk via email at engage@deltacouncil.ca.gov, as seen on the screen. Please provide a name and organization if applicable, and to note if you are a tribal representative or elected official. Those requesting to comment will be called by the council clerk to speak in the order these requests are received. If you are having technical difficulties or need assistance submitting an email during this meeting, please contact 916-204-3002.
Thanks, Emma. And just a note, our court reporter today is online. Oral public comments may be time limited to accommodate as many people as possible. So please prepare your statements accordingly. Just before we begin public comment, and we're going to make a decision then based on how many people we have, based on math, for how many people we can get in, then we'll determine how much time everybody has. All written public comments received will be distributed to the council members, and we will read them. Once again, the email address for the council clerk is engage@deltacouncil.ca.gov. And I can see that everyone has made their way to the table, all the lead representatives for each party, to respond to council member questions. If a member question requires additional representatives, any of you, the parties, you can use the podium to have someone else from your group come up and help you answer that question, and then they can be seated again. We just didn't have enough room for every single person that was involved in each appeal at the panel. And members, when posing a question, please be sure that you identify the party or the individual your question is directed to. This is important that we don't just throw a question out to the panel, because each of these appellants are defending their specific appeal, and when it comes time for the determination, we need to know who we're attributing those those defenses too. So if that makes sense. So I guess the same admonition would go to each of you. If someone is particularly ask a question, for example, South Delta Water Agency and DWR, we're going to ask you this question. Please, no one else really should jump in or help them answer the question, because that really muddles things for us when we get to the determination part of the process. So with that, I think an easy way to start our questioning, since I know every one of us here have questions, I'm going to defer to the vice chair here to go first, and then I want to start at the right-hand side of the table with you, Councilmember Eggman, if that's good with you, and we'll just work our way down everybody all the way to Ann, and then I'll pitch, what's it called? Bat cleanup. That's what I'm trying to say.
Through the
Yes.
chair, Shirley.
Ma'am?
I'd like to go towards the end so I can hear some of the questions, because I don't want to ask, is it possible to?
I feel like everyone is going to have the same and that won't be the end.
Okay.
Thank you for bringing that up. If we get to the end and then I go, then we'll start over.
Okay, yeah.
So you will have a chance,
'Cause
because I think exactly like you, other questions might spur other questions,
Yes,
right?
thank you.
Yes,
Madam
absolutely.
Chair,
Yes, ma'am.
There were some questions that were asked yesterday and at the end of the day, and we thought that they need time to look into it. Could we, at some point, summarize these questions and respond to them? so
Yeah,
that we
what
don't
I'd
ask
like
them
is
again?
each member, if you have a question that was left over from yesterday, please just restate it today to the appropriate parties, now that we have everybody here. I think is the best way to do it.
Okay.
Yeah. Okay, all right. Gail?
Thank you. And thank you, everyone, again. I know yesterday was a long day, and I certainly learned a lot and appreciate the time. So my questions are for DWR this morning, and I'll put them in 3 buckets. One is on best available science, following up on the questions from yesterday. The next is on adaptive management, and the last is on mitigation measure 4-1. So with that, I will start with best available science, and please let me know if there's clarifying questions. So the first one is, please describe how the record supports your selection of input data used for baseline climate and sea level rise model assumptions. And let me know if I need to repeat them or I'm talking too fast.
And who's it for?
For DWR. Thank you.
Sorry if I missed that.
Yeah, no worries.
Thank you for your question. So the question of how we selected best available science is specific for each resource, but before we launch into the climate change question directly, I would just like to acknowledge that most of the feedback we received, both on the environmental impact report and afterwards, was expressing concerns about our approach or the science that we were using, but didn't suggest specific scientific sources that we should have been considering in their opinions. We think that there may be a perception that science was suggested to us and that we simply did not consider it, but that's not the case. We considered all the information that was provided to us, and we worked with our technical experts to identify the sources that we should more appropriately and more heavily rely on. When new scientific information became available, for example, through the change in point of diversion hearing, the department considered the information as documented in our certification and written submission, and ultimately we relied more heavily on the scientific sources that best met the Council's best available science criteria. We documented the sources that we use within the best available science appendix in our certification, and with respect to climate change specifically, I would like to have Amardeep Singh come up and address that question.
Great, and I do want to clarify, please come on up, that this isn't about perception. This is purely just to understand how these came to be in the record.
So good morning, council members. This is Amardeep Singh, Department of Water Resources, and I'm the modeling manager for Delta Conveyance project. So in terms of climate change assumptions that went into our models, starting with EIR, we selected climate change based on global climate models that were available at that time. So using climate models, we predicted what the future would be at 2040. That was in the EIR. And for the sea level rise assumptions, we used Ocean Protection Council guidance that was available in 2018. So they have projections for sea level rise. So that was the latest information that was available back then. So that was used for EIR. But since the EIR, there's been a lot of development in terms of climate science, and new information came, especially during ITP. So the modeling and climate information was updated using the OPC guidance for 2024 that revised the sea level rise projections. There were assumptions that we had in 2018 were more aggressive, so 2024 guidance kind of changed some of those recommendations, so we incorporated that into our new modeling. And also that there were new climate models that were available since we started our EIR. So department did come up with a methodology to use those new models, and we talked about some risk-informed future scenarios that were developed. And these scenarios were peer-reviewed by the Delta Science program, and all the experts that looked at it reviewed and had good reviews about the information that was generated. So that's kind of a summary of how initially we started with the EIR. The goal has been to be up to date and look at science and development, especially for climates. There's information that's being generated, and making sure that we have the latest and greatest science available in the record.
Great, thank you. So that applies to both for all of the studies that you relied on. And the most recent one then was the 2024?
So the most recent, which is part of the record here, is based on a climate adaptation strategy that department released a report last year. So that is looking at 2043 and 2085 climate scenarios, and there is a couple of different climate scenarios looking at 50% risk versus 95% risk. So there's, instead of one scenario, there's a range, and that was basically released last year.
And that is the climate adaptation position strategy that shows 2043 and 2085.
That's correct.
Those are peer-reviewed scientific materials?
So the methodology that was used to generate those climate inputs for the model were peer-reviewed by the Delta Science Board or Delta Science Program, and they used independent reviewers to look at the methodology, and we had good reviews based on feedback we got.
Great, thank you. And then final question on best available science. Shall I refer all of them to Mr. Singh?
Oh, sorry, what's
May I-
the?
Should I just want to make sure I'm referring the question to the right party. Should I refer all of them to Mr. Singh or any to you?
What is
My
there?
final question is just if there's evidence in the record in terms of, the same question in terms of peer-reviewed scientific materials to inform the climate change and hydrology models relied on specifically, and if you could please cite where that is in the record.
So the information that was discussing, hydrology, so our foundational model is calcium. It looks at operations and uses hydrology as input.
I'm sorry, the foundational model is
Is
what?
calcium 3. And that model uses, hydrology input and, simulates operations of reservoirs, state water projects, CVP operations. And so the input that I'm discussing for hydrology was based on, this peer-reviewed information from climate models and using a risk-informed methodology that was reviewed to generate those inputs that are needed.
Great, thank you very much. And so that is also within the appendix as part of the climate adaptation position strategy? Is that where it would be found in the record?
Yeah, and I think the attachment 1
Yeah.
for the best available science discusses some of these.
And I'm just looking for the specific.
So, I can give you some references. In terms of, state water project adaptation strategy, sensitivity analysis, I can give you the document number. It's DCP.AA2.10.0017. So that is a document that talks about these new scenarios and references the peer review. There's also DCP.AA1.2.0021, that's attachment 1, that talks about, among other things, climate science and how we use best available science.
Thanks, Gail. I'm sorry, I'm going to just interrupt real quick. If we ask for you to cite to the record and you don't have that pin site right at your fingertips, you can get back to us by Tuesday, close of business on March 3rd with a pin site. I realize the record is big. I'm assuming most of you would have looked through it and know your pin sites because you based your appeal on it, but in case you just don't have it right at your fingertips, we are going to allow that today. So thanks,
Thank
Gail.
you. Thank you. That was very helpful. That's it on best available science. May I move to adaptive management?
Please.
Thank you. So an appellant has pointed to a recent Court of Appeals decision concerning DWR's Bond Validation Act. Please explain how that decision would or wouldn't affect the resources that DWR would have available to implement its adaptive management plan.
Well, first, I should begin by saying that there's several different sources of funding that the department has for the Delta Conveyance project. It currently has, and I don't know the exact number, but it's received over $500 million for planning and design related funding, which is being used to implement projects consistent with the incidental take permit. So is funding that is available to continue the adaptive management plans that are addressed in the certification. But as to bond funding itself, which is another important source of funding for the project, that court decision did not hold that the department lacks the ability to issue bonds for the project. It was specific to a bond resolution issued by the department in 2020, which we sought validation for, and the court said that the project description in that 2020 bond resolution was overly broad. That bond resolution was not drafted specifically for the Delta Conveyance project, and the court decision does not say that the department lacks the authority to obtain bond funding for the Delta Conveyance project.
Great, thank you. So it would not affect the resources.
It would not. And
DWR has.
as a matter of law, the department cannot move forward with the project until the contractors have signed contracts agreeing to fund the project. And the statute doesn't say that it needs to be conditioned on bond funding. It says that the contractors need to agree to fund it. So once those agreements have been made, the funding will be available to implement the project, including all mitigation.
Great, thank you very much. And my last question is on mitigation measure. So this one is, we spoke a lot about it yesterday, is could you please explain how the record specifically addresses golden mussel in an invasive species management plan? Not broadly, but specifically to the golden mussel itself.
Sure. Thank you. So we did take an approach of addressing invasive species as a whole, and as part of that, recognized that golden mussel will need to be managed. The mitigation measure, Delta Plan Mitigation 4-1, which the council explained in its Smith-Canalgate determination, requires a commitment to implement a plan, but allows for the development and implementation to occur prior to construction, which makes sense because the information about invasive species is an evolving science, and the plan should be finalized once we're closer to the construction date. The final EIR was being developed when golden mussels were not an issue, which shows how quickly things can change because we're only a few years away from when that was certified. But golden mussels are a real threat, and the department has set up a process to deal with it in its adaptive management plan, which will, as I mentioned, continue to evolve. Golden mussels are still undergoing studies. We've relied primarily on the department's understanding of the golden mussel's effect on operations that has developed during the time since discovery. And appellants suggest that alternative science sources are available, but the sources they cite do not suggest different findings than what we indicated in the best available science we relied on. Specifically, all available scientific information acknowledges the threat from golden mussel and reiterates the need for additional study and increased understanding. And our discussion of golden mussel is included, for example, in the written submission on pages 112 through 113. It's also part of an incidental take permit condition of approval, requiring us to work with the California Department of Fish and Wildlife on the invasive species plan, which is at DCP.U1.1.0001, and the golden mussel response framework at DCP AA2.1.0072.
Thank you. I think that is all I have for now, and I appreciate the opportunity to potentially come back.
Great, thank you. All right, Councilmember Eggman.
Thank you very much. My questions are also for DWR around mitigation measure 7-1. With buffers, will buffers between DCP facilities and productive agricultural lands that are established and maintained during construction continue to provide benefits throughout the project operations?
Thank you for your question. The concerns with respect to conflicts with agriculture largely involve construction-related concerns, the traffic associated, the potential dust, noise, issues like that. Those issues will not be present during operation of the project.
Help me understand? Say that again?
The construction-related, the project itself will not cause noise or substantial amounts of traffic or, the impacts.
Right, but the construction during the construction.
Oh, yes. So you're asking if buffers help to address those concerns?
What mitigations will be in place to be able to help with that, and how will they stay?
Catherine Marquez will address that question further.
Hi, thank you. So I think your question was whether or not the buffers would remain after the project is fully constructed. And so during construction, there is a temporary work area, and that's considered. And that's what Mr. Butcher was referring to. That's where a lot of the concerns are, the dust, the traffic, all of those things. But after construction, after the project is fully built out, the facilities themselves, the permanent facilities, are a lot smaller. And so in essence, the buffer between the facilities and the adjacent, say agricultural properties would actually be larger during operations of the project.
And then they'll be removed? Are they physical buffers that you're putting in?
So no, there's not a set physical buffer that is being put in. The Delta Plan mitigation measure includes a lot of different examples of things that could be used as buffers. For example, roads was one of the examples in the measure. There aren't, it's not like a physical barrier between one or the other. There are going to be fences and things like that associated with the facilities themselves, including the temporary construction fencing to keep the work, maintain the work area, but also permanent security fencing as well.
So so it sounds like the buffers aren't identified as of yet. The space is identified, but not what will be the buffer. It's just space, distance.
The measure doesn't call for a specific buffer. The buffer is just a way to minimize the potential impacts to neighboring farm use. So part of our response regarding the equivalency of the mitigation measure to our mitigation measures are that we also include additional mitigation measures that would reduce potential impacts to those neighboring farms. Some of them do include physical buffers, like, for example, for the noise control plan, if there is sorry, I'm trying to think of what the wording is. If there is a need, we can potentially put up sound walls, temporary sound walls, to prevent noise from spilling into the adjacent property, that kind of thing. It really depends on the site and it depends on the resource.
Okay. And where is that identified in the plan?
In the plan, I might have to get back to you with the record. So we would have a response to that, both in the written submission. I don't have the exact page number. There would be a response to that in our written submission specifically. But also, if you wanted to look at the mitigation measure crosswalk table, specifically 7-1, it would be specific to that mitigation measure. And it would have the exact sort of explanation of how we are equivalent to that mitigation measure.
And again, we've decided that it's sufficient just based on the mitigations, the plans we put in.
Yes.
Like how do we know it's
Yes.
sufficient?
Yes, exactly. So it explains, most of the Delta Plan programmatic mitigation measures have many sort of bullet points. And so that mitigation measure crosswalk table really goes through each one and explains how our measures are sufficient or equal to, or equivalent or better than the Delta Plan mitigation measures.
Okay, thank you.
I'll just add one further thing that, the mitigation measure 7-1, the objective is to protect and maintain the land use capability and agricultural operation. So there's a balance. We're trying to mitigate the impacts without impacting the agricultural operation. So expanding buffers just to create space would mean using more ag land to create that buffer. So we have a whole host of mitigation measures that are described in our certification to ensure that impacts on adjacent operating land use is reduced. So as Catherine mentioned, we've thoroughly identified the mitigation measures we relied on that are equal to or better than, not exactly the same as, but equal to or better than 7-1.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you. My questions are, I have two sets of questions for DWR, and one is on the delta as a place, and the other is delta flow objectives. So, we know that every infrastructure project has impact on its areas, and I think our skillfulness as stewards and engineers and planners is how to minimize that. So in that light, in Delta as a place, can you please explain how DWR avoided or reduced conflicts between the Twin Cities complex and tunnel shafts sitting on existing recreational use of the Councilmember River Preserve, and how decisions were made to avoid or reduce the conflict?
Thank you. Yeah, in our record, we do show how we considered different designs of the complex to reduce the size. So part of what we did is make sure that the Twin Cities complex was as small as possible to reduce conflicts. But with respect to Councilmember River specifically, no project facility is located in the Councilmember River. The complex is separated from sensitive environmental areas related to Stone Lakes by I-5 and from ponds in the Councilmember River Preserve by over 1 mile. Furthermore, the intake sites are separated from Stone Lakes by an abandoned railroad embankment that rises approximately 20 feet above the ground and creates a buffer there. And Impact Recreation 1 analyzed potential impacts on these and other nearby recreational areas and found that construction impacts will be less than significant. And then from a biological perspective, we also adopted measures such as Bio 33, which addresses sandhill crane impacts with respect to the distance to the preserve. Yeah, it's the mitigation measure. It has a host of requirements, but it limits construction activities when the cranes are roosting, limits road construction, geotechnical activities, so that no new sources of noise or other disturbances will affect the cranes.
Now on the delta flow. Went off. I didn't touch it. So on the delta flow objectives, does the certification and record establish that DWR has duly filed a petition requiring water board approval for a change in point of diversion for the DCP?
Yes, we are in the process. You're asking if we've have in the record showing that yes, we filed a petition for change in point of diversion. We are in that process now. we completed, and the other parties in the matter also completed their case in chief in that process, which is their initial evidence that was submitted, both the department's and theirs. All of that evidence was included in our administrative record and was considered by the department in filing its certification.
A follow-up question to that. Does the petition allege compliance with the 1641 flow objectives?
Well, yes, our position is the Delta Conveyance project is consistent with D 1641, and our certification analyzes models to support that conclusion.
It does.
Yes.
Thank you. Those are my questions for now.
Good morning. DWR is the Department of Water Resources. Is it the only agency that handles water in the state of California?
No.
I ask this question because I think there's a lot of people that may, for the first time, look at this type of a hearing and may not understand all of these things. I was a little bit, when Director Nemeth was here yesterday, she said she was here as a steward for the state water supply. And I think that possibly people would be a little confused if they didn't know what the Department of Water Resources is. It, on its website, says manages California's water resources, systems, and infrastructures, including the state water project. So it's one of many things that the DWR, Department of Water Resources, does. Is that correct?
Correct.
Okay. So I just wanted to help people understand that that's not the only role that the DWR does in the state. She also said that this project would be a solution for one part of the state, for the state water project. So this is really not for the whole state. This is really just for this one project, correct?
The state water project serves approximately 27 million Californians and 750,000 acres of agricultural land. And so, yes, those are the individuals and entities that would be served.
Thank you. I think that this is an interesting process. It's a privilege to get to participate. When we're looking at this, we're looking at the water supply, we're looking at the ecosystem, and we're looking at Delta as place. And so it's interesting to try to measure everything and to make the case. And I think some of the questions related to best available science was it peer reviewed? The question I have, were there data or modeling that was not supportive of the project that was excluded?
No, as I mentioned earlier, we didn't exclude any information. We considered all information, and as the best available science policy criteria state, we considered all the information available using our experts to identify the best available science to use. So everything was considered, but ultimately we did have to, weigh the information in front of us. And the Appendix 1A, the Council's Appendix 1A, acknowledges this. Specifically at the beginning, the Council's Appendix 1A suggests a hierarchy of information, and it says that the primary sources of scientific information are generally ranked of the most to least credible for informing decisions, including, and then it lists the rank, and it says independently peer-reviewed, other scientific reports, scientific expert opinion, and traditional knowledge. And so all of those are forms of best available science, but even the appendix acknowledges that there is value considerations that need to be taken into consideration. So the department did consider all the information it received, working with its experts, identified the scientific information to use in preparing its certification and developing the project.
You did a really good job of explaining kind of the limits of how we can review it or what's expected of us. So I think the reason why we're asking about this is that if we want to do something, we pick the information that supports what we're trying to do. and maybe doesn't necessarily include things that are counter to that. So I think that's kind of the skepticism that you might hear. Related to the adaptive management and the funding, you said there's about 500 million that's been spent. Is that right, that I said? Planning and
Not
design?
spent.
Or
that-
is committed?
Yes,
Okay, sorry.
it's okay.
Thank you. But there is no commitment on how it's going to get paid for at this point, right?
The project as a whole?
Right.
Right. Pursuant to the Delta Reform Act, the water agencies that choose to participate in the project need to enter contracts to pay for it, and those contracts have not been entered yet.
Okay. And then lastly, on the Golden Mussel, you said something that it had not been recognized at the point in time, so that it wasn't actually addressed probably in this whole thing, because it was, I'm not saying this very well, I spent the night worrying about these questions. A little tired, so I apologize for being a little bit wordy and not clear. The question I have is, are there other invasive species that were identified that have a mitigation plan for?
There certainly were many other invasive species, including other types of mussels, that were directly addressed in our environmental impact report. But again, the plans themselves, while committing to develop the plans required to address the invasive species, have not been developed yet for any specific species. And Catherine Marquez could address it further if you want more information.
Okay, yeah, she's coming. I just thought your comment about how how fast things can change, and my question is could you create a mitigation for this even after when things do change? I don't know about that process. Anyway.
So you're talking about a species-specific plan for
Golden
the
mussel.
golden mussels. So for the project itself, while the EIR included lists of invasive species known at the time, it didn't have a specific plan for each of those individual invasive species in the mitigation measure. It committed to an overall invasive species management plan. And so even if we had known about golden mussels then, we would not have had a direct mitigation measure just for golden mussels. And part of the reason for that, like Mr. Butcher said, is that invasive species is a constantly evolving issue for everyone, not just the Delta, but definitely a major concern in the Delta. And DWR is committed to monitoring and managing for those species as those situations happen, or as that concern grows greater.
And those costs would be covered by the water contractors, correct?
For the mitigation measure for the invasive species management plan, yes.
Okay. The other question I had, and this is my fourth year on this committee, and it was always really clear that the Stewardship Council really recommended that all the CPOD work would be done ahead of time. And I'm hearing that you disagree. Do you want to?
Sure. I mean, neither the Delta Reform Act nor the council's regulations say that the change in point of diversion process has to be completed first. The change in point of diversion has to be completed before we construct the project. That's what the Delta Reform Act states. And through the council's guidance, the time when you do a certification is recommended after you certify an EIR, not after you've gone through the CPOD process. So what we've done here is consistent with the guidance that the council has provided. And when we chose whether to file a certification, the question that the department had to ask itself is whether it had substantial evidence to support the determination it reached in the certification. And once we determined we had the substantial evidence to support our consistency with the policies, we determined it was the right time to file the certification.
And did I understand correctly when you were saying yesterday that if the water board didn't accept the of the CPOD, I don't speak the language as good as you do, that you would just operate on the current agreements?
I think you're referring to when I was discussing the time extension, which is a separate
Oh, the
petition.
76
Yeah.
years, okay.
So the time extension is a state water project petition to extend the timeframe of our existing water rights permits. If the water board does not grant that time extension petition, then we would be limited to historical levels of operation. And we would operate this project just like we'd operate the state water project, consistent with those terms.
Okay, so on what's being done with CPOD, if that is not approved, what happens?
The project can't move forward without a change in point of diversion.
So we would have spent all this time and money for nothing. Okay, sorry. The next question, I had another and I can't remember what it was. So I'm going to go down the line because this is kind of I'd like to give the appellants a chance to answer a few questions. So with the Delta Protection Commission, and I'm probably going to there was a lot covered in all of these, so I'm going to probably do a general question, and I'm going to ask, because one of the things that kept me awake was I going to ask questions too long and impede on public comment? So I'm trying to use this process in a way that helps us make good decisions, but also gives everybody a chance. To the Delta Protection Commission, what is, and this will probably be what I ask everybody, but I may have some specifics. Is there any comment that you would like to make on the responses from DWR or the questions that were asked yesterday?
No, not on the questions that were asked to DWR at this point. I think a lot of them have been more specific to questions, to things that are brought up. Actually, one thing I will bring up is just best available science, and we touched on this during our testimony in regards to Lookout Slough and the work that DWR did and did not do in relation to the Delta Conveyance project and doing adequate and showing proof that there's substantial evidence in the record that the work that needed to go into looking into mitigating and identifying issues with recreation impacts. And as I mentioned in our testimony yesterday, we do not feel that there is substantial evidence in the record that the DWR did the work that they could have done. They did very similar recreational surveys for Lookout Slough during the same time frame. But did not do it for the Delta Conveyance project during that same time frame. So I think that's the only kind of related thing that I'd want to just bring up again.
Okay, I might have more questions
Sure.
in the next round, but I just wanted to give folks, I'm going to use the in the order that it came yesterday, so I know you guys are sitting in a different order, but for the Fair Folks, is there any comments on yesterday's testimony that you would like to respond to?
Yes. I was unfortunately not present for the time when they talked about outreach to the Cortland Pear Fair. But Agriculture and Innovations wanted to have a booth at the Cortland Pear Fair, and we did not approve that booth in our special interest area because it is not consistent with what the Pear Fair stands for. The Pear Fair promotes the Delta and the community and our agriculture, and the project does not do anything to benefit the Delta in itself. So I don't think that should be construed as meaningful engagement, especially if, we're the Pear Fair Committee, and Pear Fair Day, there's no engagement that we can do because we're busy running the festival. And if you have a booth at the fair, the assumption is you're promoting whatever you have at your booth, and that would be a promotion of this project in the place where the impacts are going to be felt. And we didn't think that was an appropriate thing. And it also just wasn't a way to engage with our committee, who's a vast amount of volunteers.
One of my early jobs was working for Macy's. And when I worked for Macy's, we talked about customer service, and they talked about complaints. And they talked about the fact that if someone came in and spoke about an issue, that you could and should make an assumption that that is representative of other people. So my question is, the Fair, the Steamboat Resort folks, are you the only folks that are concerned about the impacts of this project?
No, everybody that I know out there that I grew up with are very concerned with this. And I know they want to be here today, and I know everyone also has jobs and commitments that they cannot, so.
They also don't usually have access to an engineer or folks that know how to speak the language and understand the process. So there's the marinas, the gas stations, the farmers, the restaurants, all of those folks that may not necessarily have a voice, but you're representing lots and lots of people as an example. Is that correct?
Yes.
Okay, thank you. Sacramento County and Sacramento County Water Agency. Can you explain how the record supports your claim that land uses in the legacy community of Hood will be disrupted by the siting of the DCP? And specifically, how does the county's general plan address existing or planned land uses in Hood?
The county's general plan designates the uses that exist in Hood and are proposed for Hood, and none of those include the large-scale industrial facilities that are proposed to be constructed for the intakes and the surrounding DCP infrastructure.
Do you have any comments on the testimony from yesterday?
Yes, a few. Thank you for the opportunity to respond. First, in response to your, and I'll just, to save time, this is not limited to Sacramento County, but in response to the questions about best available science and how, what information was selected, you heard a testimony about water quality impacts in the Delta. And DWR artificially and improperly limited the information it received, which is what you, the DWR referenced this morning, by choosing not to conduct modeling that would be representative of the actual project operations. And I'll refer you to the record for the testimony of Dr. Susan Paulson on behalf of the Delta Public Water Agencies, DCP V2.12.0001, and her expert report, which is DCP V2.12.0005. I got some help with that. Thank you. I'd also like to address the comments that were made yesterday about, and this goes to Delta as a place, and the testimony, expert testimony that Sacramento County submitted regarding the Delta National Heritage Area and the department's interpretation of the legislation that created the Delta National Heritage Area, and their position that it can't be, that designation cannot be used as a basis for deciding against the Delta Conveyance project. And that's just incorrect. We addressed that in Sacramento County's appeal at page 54, footnote 208. The language of that legislation says that the heritage area designation should not be used to limit operations of water facilities in the Delta. And the position of Sacramento County and other appellants is that it's the siting, the location of these proposed facilities, which are not existing facilities. They were not, the Delta National Heritage Area designation is not being cited as a basis for changing the operation of existing or even proposed state water project facilities. This goes to the siting, and it just doesn't, it would be illogical to argue that that when Congress designated this area as a national heritage area, that there could never be any consideration of the impact on that collection of uses by the siting of a massive new water facility that is not currently part of the state water project. Also, I would like to respond to the comments that Director Nemeth made about the purpose of the project being to direct diversions to groundwater recharge. Groundwater recharge is not an authorized beneficial use under the State Water Project water rights. They don't, there's testimony about this in the record. We can provide the citations as a follow-up because it's important to note that this might be an aspiration of the department, but they don't have the ability to do that, and they haven't asked for the ability to do that. It would require additional changes to their water rights that don't exist. It may be a great idea, but it's not something that they've pursued to date. So it's very misleading to tout this as a project that's designed to address groundwater conditions and essentially store and bank groundwater when that's not even something that they're proposing to do. And this sort of goes hand in hand with the testimony and the exhibits that cite the amount of water that theoretically could have been captured if this project were in place during various years. And there's also testimony in the record from DWR's own representatives under cross-examination in the water right hearing that those numbers were developed as a theoretical concept. They weren't developed with any consideration or evidence to support that that water, had it been captured, could have been put to use, because there wasn't any evidence that there was capacity in the California aqueduct to move the water, and there was no evidence and no consideration made to whether there was any storage capacity in San Luis Reservoir or anywhere else in the State Water Project system. And in fact, in those years, there is, those very wet years, those facilities are full. So those are important clarifications that I think deserve consideration by the council. And there were some statements made by the department about the harvest water program and its intended uses of the Twin Cities complex site. And Brian Young from Sacramento Area Sewer District is here today, and I'd like to give him the chance to come up and offer some clarification on what Sac Sewer is planning to do with the Twin Cities complex site for habitat restoration. He's a little too tall for that.
Right. I'll speak up. Thank you for the opportunity. Yeah, and specifically with the Twin Cities complex area and DWR's the way they addressed that site with regards to our commitments for providing sandhill crane through the harvest water program. Per our contract for the administration of public benefits, we've committed to creating an average of 3,500 acres of sandhill crane roosting and foraging habitat and maintaining that year to year. The DWR addressed or noted that there is ample acreage within the program area to provide that habitat, 22,000 acres, I believe they said. But per our contract, that where we can create that habitat has to be within the area that we're delivering the harvest water to, or the recycled water to. That's a 16,000 acre area. And then within that 16,000 acre area, we don't actually have water to all of it. We have the majority of that area will be served by recycled water, but not all of it. So it's where the Twin Cities complex is going. Will have a temporary impact of over 600 acres, permanent impact of over 200 acres. That will have a significant impact on how we can fulfill that contractual obligation that we have for providing the sandhill crane habitat. We also contractually have to deliver a certain amount of water in the wintertime to support that habitat. And again, with the removal of certain areas of our program area for the Twin Cities complex, for one, but also there's other areas within it, the batch plant and the diversion and the haul routes. Those will also diminish our ability to deliver that obligated amount of water, which is by year 5, 8,750 acre feet per year.
Thank you, Brian.
Thank you. Going to Steamboat Resort, A lot of the things that you were bringing, you were talking about ERP1, DPP1, but I kind of, and I sensed my colleagues really getting an opportunity to think about Delta as place, the people, the heritage, the history, the potential, the economy, all of those things. And one of the things that seems interesting to me is that, when we talk about mitigation, we can say, well, if this happens with the hydrology or the water quality, we can counter that by doing this. But I don't know that we've done a lot, and it's still emerging, is Delta as place mitigation. Do you have any comments on that?
Yes, because I believe the Delta as place is a feeling that you get when you're out there. And I hope that all of you have spent time on the river and have felt that calm, the serene feeling that we have. And I don't know how a long construction period can mitigate for that. Even with, we're going to only work 12 hours a day, which is a lot of hours a day, to really, and not on the weekends, but there will be continuous cement pours that I think will require longer working hours, and I don't know where the guarantees are there. I didn't mention, I don't know if we covered it yesterday, but Steamboat Resort or Steamboat Slough is actually an anchorage area, one of the few in the Delta where it's a 5-mile-an-hour zone for about a little over a quarter of a mile. And in the 1970s, I think there were boats that were just stacked up in the entire slough. And it was a huge recreational area for people in the Bay Area and sailboaters. And it's dwindled since then. It's a little expensive for that sport. But it doesn't mean that it can't come back and that it doesn't exist currently with people there. And I just know that because that's my home, but I know there's a ton of other areas that people recreate in the Delta and have. I know I've talked to so many people that, oh yeah, I always skied in the Delta back when, and that I don't think that can be mitigated for. That's a feeling you get to be out there and have that. And I don't know if that's gonna, if word gets out, like don't go to the Delta because it's first a traffic nightmare and it's loud and there's barges going up the river, will that encourage people to come recreate, especially also if we have golden mussel issues?
Yeah. I was thinking about it last night, Johnny talking about how you can live on the Delta your whole life and still get lost.
Yes.
And I was thinking about the fact that, I've gotten to visit some places like the Grand Canyon or Yosemite or the Redwoods, and there's that moment of awe. And being out on the Delta and getting lost and looking at those sunsets or seeing the critters, you get that. And so it is a treasure, and it's a fragile thing, not only as an ecosystem and as a water supply, but as a place for people. And so I appreciate your
Yeah, it is. You think I'd already have enough moments of awe, right? But I work in Walnut Grove, and I commute there actually on Twin Cities Road, which is such a wild road to be on. But when I hit the river, and sometimes the fog's just right, it is a different
Stunning.
awe every time.
Yeah.
And it always reveals itself in a new way.
Mm-hmm.
And that's what's special about it.
Thank you. Okay, Bakekeeper. I'm really focused on tribal knowledge. And it seems like this is still defining itself, how communications are done with our tribal communities and all of our environmental justice folks. Can you tell me what kind, well, you're the attorney for a lot of these folks. what kind of resources, how trained are these folks so that they can communicate with the Department of Water Resources on traditional knowledge, on concerns related to the impacts of this project?
Thank you, Councilmember Burgess. So I want to answer that first by saying that the consultation, the legally required consultation, is a different thing than incorporating traditional ecological knowledge.
Okay.
Those are both commitments required under California law or under the Delta Plan. Traditional ecological knowledge is part of the best available science. But when we're thinking about consultation, meaningful government-to-government consultation with tribes, one, it is important to remember that the tribes are under-resourced, understaffed, have been taken advantage of and harmed and impacted for as long as colonizers have been in the state of California. And it's really hard for them to muster the resources that the Department of Water Resources has to engage on DWR's terms and DWR's schedule. In terms of the ecological knowledge that the tribes have, they have a remarkable amount of understanding and ability and care for how to steward the environment, the people, the animals, the wildlife, the plants, and how all of those things are part of a bigger whole that interact with each other. And it is not people separate from animals, separate from the river, separate from the plants. Those things are all tied together. And that knowledge and care and ability comes from countless, literally countless generations of people living with, not in, but with the place. And it is that knowledge that is just wholly absent from anything in DWR's plans for construction or operation of the Delta Conveyance project. And I think Councilmember Zingali's questions got at this yesterday. Right? To incorporate tribal ecological knowledge, traditional ecological knowledge, is not just to engage in government-to-government consultation, but it is to allow those tribal members and tribes to participate in how the project operates, to avoid the impacts that it causes, to use their knowledge over time immemorial that they have accrued through experience and beliefs, to understand why taking water out of the river impacts the way people can use the river, impacts the fish that are in the river, impacts the lives of all of those connected pieces. And that is wholly absent. And I think, you know, we heard in connection, I think yesterday, with the impacts to tribes and the lack of incorporation of tribal ecological knowledge, as well as the impacts to environmental justice communities, that, right, environmental justice is not a land use, or tribal communities is not a land use under the Delta Plan. And that just misses the Delta as a place. Because the Delta as a place is those people, the ones who have lived there for, as we heard testimony from some people yesterday, right, 6 and 7 and 8 generations since the gold rush, but also the ones who were there for thousands and thousands of years before that. And that is what makes up the Delta as a place, and the impacts on those people and communities are devastating, vast, not able to be mitigated, and generally not accounted for by the department in the project and in the consistency determination. I mean, the other thing we heard yesterday from the department on this subject was that DWR, quote, considered the disparate impacts to environmental justice communities. But they considered those impacts and then went ahead anyway, rather than figuring out ways to avoid them, whether that is different siting, whether that is a different project, whether that is something, you know, more creative altogether. And that's why environmental justice communities exist, is because we've looked at those groups of people in Stockton, in other places in the Delta, in other places in the state, and said, you're going to bear the brunt of this, we know, but oh well. And to continue to do that under the guise of protecting, restoring, preserving the Delta as a place is just fundamentally inconsistent with protecting those communities, listening to those people. And I think this was the point that Dr. Lytle made better than I can yesterday. The last thing I want to say on this subject is the council had asked yesterday about the consultation process and the tribe's view of that process, and I tracked down the alphabet soup citations for those. So it's on our written submission on page 9 in the middle of the page. There's reference to the comments from the Winnemem-Wintu tribe on the draft EIR, and then to 3 under oath declarations that were submitted in the CPOD proceedings, one from Shingle Spring Band of Miwok Indians, one from the Winnemem-Wintu tribe, and one from a professor at Stanford who studies tribal consultation. Those are DCP V2.14.00033, 38, 56, and 81. And those will explain to you what the tribes believed about the consultation that occurred, as distinct from the internal memorandum that the department cited yesterday that describes what the department thinks about the consultation that occurred. And vital and important and necessary in understanding whether consultation is meaningful, whether traditional ecological knowledge is incorporated, is listening to and trusting the tribe's point of view on those issues. And so I would encourage you to look at their point of view about what happened in this process. So I hope that answers your questions. I have a couple other things I wanted to raise, but I'll
My
pause there.
impression of, particularly being on this council and getting to do listening sessions with the tribes, it's my impression that we've only relatively recently started to embrace and encourage that type of participation in these processes. And each tribe has a different level of resources or understanding of how to communicate. We're speaking the same language, but we're not in some ways, because it's not always apples to apples kind of when we're talking. And so where would you say we are in helping them be able to communicate those things? And to be fair, DWR is trying to build a project, and they're trying to meet those requirements. And so how do they help that too? I guess and I don't know if this is even a question I should be asking, but what the heck, I'm doing that.
I think it's a necessary and important question, so I appreciate it. I think your characterization is correct, right? This is, under California law, a acknowledgement and process that is in its infancy in many ways. And I think it's important to acknowledge it's in its infancy after 150 plus years
Right.
of persecution and genocide and harm.
Yeah.
And I think it is, the way I have come to think about this, and I'm grateful for the people within the tribes who are willing to let me sit here today, to communicate with me, to teach me on these issues. It's asking a lot of those people to trust the government of California, the government of the United States, right? Me, as a person who would love to be an ally and a supporter, it's asking a lot to make them comfortable coming forward, given the history of being removed from their ancestral homelands and the harm and impacts that they have suffered at the hands of the government of many states, the United States, California especially. I think they are very good at understanding and expressing those ideas if they are given reasons, meaningful reasons, to trust that that expression will be listened to and heard and is worth their time and effort. And that's asking a lot of those people. I'm very grateful for those who are able and courageous enough to step up and do that, right, with me, with the council, with the department, with anybody else, because we have a lot to learn, and it is an incredibly valuable resource that I think we would all benefit from.
I agree, and I'm very proud of the work that the Delta Stewardship Council has done to try to help empower folks and to have better understanding. I'm trying to not take over this meeting too much, so I will ask briefly, is there anything else that you wanted to respond to from yesterday's testimony?
So I will just say one more brief thing really quickly, and we can come back to a couple others if others have questions. I just want to flag what we heard, I think, repeatedly from the department under the auspice of the standard of review yesterday, which to me boiled down to DWR saying, as long as we say so, we win, and then a very detailed recitation of we definitely said so. And they're right, there is a ton of information in this record, and they've thought about a ton of things. But if you accept that frame of how this process works, that makes my role, my partner's roles here, the public's role, and ultimately your role rather illusory. Because all a proponent of a project has to do is say, we thought about it, here's some evidence that we thought about it. And therefore, it doesn't matter what other people think about it, or what other evidence says, or what anybody else has to say, including you, and it takes away any agency that you or anybody else have in considering how to meet the goals of the Delta Reform Act to protect the Delta's ecosystem, to preserve the Delta as place, to create a more reliable water supply for the state of California. And I would just encourage you to exercise a little bit more independence than I think the department wants any of us to believe that we have in this process, in looking at the evidence and looking at what is before you. And I think that is also important in thinking about the best available science, right? There's lots of experts on both sides of many of these issues. The fact that somebody said the department is correct does not mean that is the best available science, does not mean that anybody who disagreed is wrong and should be ignored. And I think that's it's one other thing I want to take away. And if other people have questions about the ecosystem impacts or reduced reliance, I'm happy, or my colleague will talk about those, but I'll stop there and let other people speak to these issues.
All right, Sacramento Sewer, is there any thing that, I know you were speaking a little bit ago, but is there anything that you would like to respond specifically on behalf of Sacramento Sewer from yesterday's testimony?
I would just follow up on Mr. Busher's comments about the standard of review, because this is important for SAC Sewer. It does raise some very specific technical critiques. In addition to his comments about the department's interpretation of what you can do and consider with the record, I'd like to just note that if their statement yesterday that it was the appellant's obligation to specifically address every bit of evidence that the department has relied on and explain why it's lacking presents an impossible task. The size of this record is massive. The appellants had 30 days to respond to the record and file appeals, and a very short additional time to prepare a written submission that spanned 2 major holidays, and with a 20-page page limit. Given the restrictions that were imposed upon them, I don't think it would have been possible to meet that interpretation of the standard, no matter how much time we had, because the department has spent 6 years planning for and preparing its certification and meeting with your staff outside of a public process to get direction about what it should submit. If you were to accept their interpretation of the standard of review and how to apply it, it would be impossible for an appellant to ever successfully challenge a certification. So I encourage you to use some common sense, think about Mr. Busher's comments in considering what accepting that interpretation would mean for the council's regulatory authority. Thank you.
And for Stockton, I think one of the interesting quotes that I got from you yesterday was, the people that are impacted the most, the people impacted the most need it the least. I thought that was an interesting quote. Anything else related to Stockton that you would like to respond to yesterday's testimony?
I don't think so myself personally, but that was Dr. Lytle's comment. And so if Dr. Lytle has anything more that he'd like to offer on that, I'd give him the opportunity to come to the mic and
Well, I'm trying to
address-
keep things going, so he was wonderful yesterday.
Thank you.
So, South Delta, would you like to comment on yesterday's testimony? Is there anything that you would like to follow up on?
Of course I do, and I'd like to request 20 minutes to do so.
No way.
Okay, no, I'll be super brief, but yes, I didn't realize I'd have this opportunity, but I'll do it quick. On the time extension thing, that's a very euphemistic, or I don't know how to say the word. That's a very pleasant way of describing what that time extension is. It's a petition to max out their exports beyond anything they've ever done and to sustain them, to keep them at those rates. It's a critical piece of this project. It needs to come in. They have not analyzed how that would affect their ability to meet the objectives. They're doing it right now. They're preparing an EIR. So that needs to come in. And also, that extension of time, they ran out of time to build facilities in order to max out their water rights. I believe it expired in year 2000. So they don't have even the authority to build facilities to max them out. So it's a big deal. It's a big piece of this project. But Councilmember Marianian, did I get that? Okay. You asked a great question to DWR that I think you said something along the lines, have you committed to meeting the flow objectives? And DWR's attorney said yes. And that's a dishonest statement because as I explained yesterday, when there's a lot of water around, there's plenty of water, yes, they will meet the standards. But things get dicey when we have events like levee failures, sea level rise, and droughts. And levee failures, their plan is to actually violate the objectives. So it's dishonest to be saying we are going to commit to it. When the Delta needs the water the most, the Delta is going to suffer from a levee failure as well. Their plan is to take water needed for the Delta and to export it. So their plan is to violate the objectives. And I do want to comment, you should really press them on the sea level rise thing, because Carla Nemitz was talking about, look, times are changing. It's going to take a lot of water in the future if sea level rise. It's going to really be a strain on the reservoirs. I think they are saying they want to use this project to let the Delta degrade in the wake of sea level rise. They want to stop maintaining it. They actually did a study that said how wonderful that would be, and that was the main reason they should pursue the project. They've since now tried to hide from that study, but you should press them on that and require them to explain how are they going to operate this for sea level rise. Are they going to abandon water quality in the Delta? If they did, that is horrible for the co-equal goals, because what they're doing here, and this, I'll end with this whole thing about levee failures, like when we get short in water, their plan is to increase the reliability for exporters by decreasing the reliability for the in-Delta folks and the environment in the Delta. And that is absolutely contrary to co-equal goals. They don't say, let's improve the reliability by impairing one area to make another person more reliable. And the co-equal goals specifically, they have a whole sentence in the co-equal goals that says, by the way, your attempt to improve the reliability for somebody needs to be done in a manner that protects and enhances the Delta. So you can't destroy the Delta's reliability to improve it for someone else. So how they're handling levee failures, sea level rise, droughts, is something you should take a close look at. So thank you.
Thank you. Let's see. North Delta. Is there any comments that you would like to make on yesterday's testimony? And yes, you cannot speak for 20 minutes, so please.
Thank you. Just to clarify, we had called our groups
Delta agencies and counties, I believe, and
Okay.
with San Joaquin County, Yolo County, and Solano County, Central Delta Water Agency, and local agencies of the North Delta. Thanks. Just a couple of clarifications. One, because I kind of am acting as factcheck.org over here. The extension petition to construct the facilities expired in 2009. And so, yes, that is required in order to construct the facilities that are proposed in the certification. So DWR's materials only discuss the putting it to beneficial use portion of the extension petition, but there is a portion that is about construction, and that's not addressed in the certification materials, and it should be, because it would be necessary to move forward with this project. Just touching on the long exposition we heard from Director Nemeth at the beginning of DWR's presentation, there seemed to be a huge emphasis on that climate change somehow requires this tunnel. That really was not part of DWR's certification, not responsive to the Delta Plan regulatory policies that we're supposed to be talking about, in which the rest of us followed in our appeals, our PowerPoints, and our presentations. So that was somewhat concerning. Also, the levy discussion that was within that, the levee seepage issues that were mentioned, those didn't have anything to do with rising sea levels or climate change. That's ongoing levee issues, which we certainly appreciate DWR's role in maintaining levees, and we look forward to continuing to work with DWR on levees. But it was somewhat disingenuous to link those with climate change, and I just want to point that out. Ms. Tabor talked about the high flow event issue. I think what's very concerning and relates directly to one of the issues on these appeals that we've raised in the San Joaquin et al. Appeal is, and others, is with the delta flow objectives, is that while DWR is talking about taking water during high flows, what's more concerning is what about during low flows? And the example operations don't tell us that they would take during these lower flows, but especially since the main fishery restrictions don't necessarily apply during the late summer and fall months, this is a very big concern for maintaining local water supply reliability, is what would happen in those months. And DWR has provided for itself a lot of flexibility around how to operate the project. And that kind of points to this timing issue with ERP1, which I think Delta Stewardship Council staff had been at least encouraging DWR to wait and get that permit from the water boards, and to see that the flows and the conditions were attached to this change petition, so that you would have something more defined to look at in making this determination. Also mention briefly the golden mussel issue. I think they were probably in the Delta before October of 2024, but they certainly were there by then, and I think that the certification needs to be judged at the time it was submitted to you. And so if there was new information since the EIR was certified in December of 2023, DWR should bring that forward to you and comply with the best available science and mitigation measure requirements for that. And it appears that golden mussel may be different than other invasives in that it can colonize the inside of pipes in the way that I showed in the slide in that San Joaquin County example. And so and nothing in DWR's materials even addresses how it would address that issue with colonizing the inside of the pipe, so that's a major deficiency in the submittal. And with the adaptive management, the regulation says to provide documentation of adequate resources. So that again points to the timing of this submittal. We don't understand why DWR did this submittal now, with the fact that it did get the certification for its geotech already, and it can move forward with what it wanted to do.
So, I mean, that's a decision DWR can make, but it doesn't make sense. And if it could wait until it could have the documentation of adequate resources, it could comply with the adaptive management requirement. And just the last point is on the mitigation measures. We heard from DWR that, well, maybe these mitigation measures from the Delta Plan don't apply. Well, according to 5002B2, if there was mitigation applied by the department in the EIR, then it needs to be equal or better than what was in the Delta Plan. And that's the case for all the mitigation measures that we're talking about in our appeal with respect to golden mussel invasive species and recreation, and I believe most, if not all, of the other mitigation measures that have been raised in the appeals. So we don't agree that that DWR can get out of that. And just on this flows concern with ERP1, there is no approved operations plan. There's an ITP was issued by DFW that has certain operational criteria in it. That's the closest thing. But again, that doesn't have criteria for bypass flows, for instance, that are very strict at all during this summer, fall period that we're so concerned about for protecting water supply security in the Delta. Thank you.
Thank you. DCC engineering, you're going to get the last. Then I have a couple more questions for DWR.
Oh, any specific question?
Yeah, just as it relates to the appeal for DCC engineering, any responses to yesterday's testimony?
Yes, I want to go back to what Director Namath talked about as far as levee failures that occurred, because I had brought up the one in 1972 that occurred that did require a release of fresh water to keep the salinity gradient back. The other failures she referenced, the one on Victoria Island, that never resulted in any actual levee breach and flooding of that island and didn't impact water quality, in addition to Van Sickle Island and the overtopping there, Grizzly. Those were both on during a high water event. But I want to make a special note about, and then I do appreciate the investments that have happened in the levee system. They are extensive, and there are more that can occur. And in going back to sea level rise, that higher end of an estimate of $6 billion, for seismic response would also look at sea level rise, because we're looking at broadening the base of the levee to accommodate a higher crown elevation. And I would like the council to maybe look into more of it, how that sea level rise attenuates as it moves through the delta, as far as, how it would affect levees and flood control in that regard. But on those investments, for Van Sickle Island in particular, Van Sickle Island has a hard time passing the high tide on its Sacramento River levee. And so actually, it's not shown on the map behind you, but where it is located is by the Montezuma salinity gates. And so it's important for delta water quality. And in, I believe, 2022, there was a king tide, and there was almost a moment where that levee would have failed, and I think it would have had impacts on water quality in the delta. And so in response to that, we created a special project to raise that Sacramento River levee, and it's not a cheap raise because Van Sickle's on a bunch of peat, so anytime you raise that levee, it sinks. And so we were looking for a lightweight fill option to do that, and we submitted that as a special project in the last round of the special projects that we had offered to us. It was not selected to increase that crown elevation to at least have Van Sickle pass these king tides, and in 2023 it would have, maybe it helped, but it might have not been implemented at the time. Instead, that special project money went to areas where I think there were more state interests and not necessarily onto districts that are locally controlled. So I just wanted to make a comment about that on as far as the levies. And
all right,
thank you.
Mr. Butcher, one of the questions I did come up yesterday was, they call it the tunnel spoils, but you call it something else?
Reusable tunnel material.
Yeah. If it's toxic, and it needs to be disposed of. And I think there was like, Carrie, I think you said 1% is 1 to 5% was the estimate? Okay, she's nodding for the record.
Yes, that's correct.
And that's just an estimate. I mean, is that based on some sort of scientific modeling or is that just an estimate? Where does that number come from?
It's an estimate based on the engineers that are working with us on the project.
Okay. So if it's 1%, 5%, or even more, where would it get disposed of?
So the environmental impact report analyzed that and determined that there was capacity in the available landfills for
Where?
the waste, but I don't know the specific lake locations. Looking to the team. Gwen Buckles is going to come help address that question.
Yeah, I'm curious because do the communities that have those landfills understand that that is the plan, should that happen? And this is based on engineers, estimates of what it is, and what would 1 to 5% be?
Just quickly before Gwen, they are permitted facilities for this type of material, so the places where they're located already know that they receive these types of materials.
Right. My name is Gwen Buchholz. I'm working with the DCA, the Delta Conveyance Construction Design Authority. Yes, we checked. It would. Right now, we're anticipating that it would be. Thank you. We're now anticipating that it would be hauled by train down to Kettleman Hills. We did talk to Kettleman Hills to make sure that they were up and running again because they were closed for a while.
Where is that?
And that's down in Kern County, in the western Kern County.
Okay.
And it's one of the few landfills that are accepting this type of soil. So all of the RTM, reasonable tunnel material, will be placed in lined bins so that, and they would be held there for a week to 2 weeks while we do the testing. And there would be enough capacity for that. And if it does have anything in that bin, then we'd know where it was taken out from the tunnel, so we'd have a record of the resource.
Thank you so much. Two more questions. Temporary mitigation versus, mitigation on temporary things, which could be 15 years. Is there mitigation for that versus the long-term mitigation?
Because we basically assumed that all temporary impacts, anything that would occur over 2 years in particular, was a permanent impact. So we mitigated most everything as if it was permanent. So for example, when we say that we're doing one-to-one mitigation for agricultural land, that includes land that we are going to attempt to put back to use once the temporary nature of it is completed. But because we recognize that construction is a long period of time, we're treating all of that as permanent and mitigating for it all in full.
Yeah. Okay. I appreciate my colleagues' patience. I know that from talking to our legal counsel, this is part of the testimony that is considered, and so I wanted to make sure that stuff got on the record. Lastly, Mr. Butcher, would you like to respond to any of the comments that were done today or yesterday? It felt like there were some things that were addressed pretty much by Ms. Marquez. I hope I said that correctly. Yep, okay, good. But I wanted to just give you one more chance to respond to anything that was said today or yesterday.
Thank you. I would like to have Christina Reese come and address tribal issues.
Okay. Ms. Reese, there you are.
In a horrible position for the camera, by the way. I'm going to move after this.
Make sure you speak into the microphone.
So hello, my name is Christina Reese. I work for the Delta Conveyance Office under Carrie, and I've been since we started initiation of consultation on this project. I have been helping lead those efforts and assisting Anacita and Carrie, who I know mentioned are the delegated representatives to speak on behalf of DWR. But both Anacita and myself participated in every single consultation since we initiated consultation back in 2019. And so I heard yesterday there were some questions specifically around how did we incorporate or consider tribal ecological knowledge for this project, for the CEQA process. And I think it's important to kind of take a little step back to what Carrie started describing, which is at the outset of this project in the consultation process, we really did try to think about, what AB 52 is asking us as the lead agency to do, what, DWR has its own policies regarding tribal engagement, and sort of kind of what the intent of that all is. And we developed a set of principles, actually, which is, somebody could provide the actual record. They're part of they were an attachment to the CEQA document, the Tribal Cultural Resources chapter. So in those principles, it really tried to set forth, well, here's how we, the department, will go forth to take the steps during this consultation process to understand what tribal concerns are, what tribal cultural resources might be as it relates to the project footprint. And throughout that process, we had over 4 years of consultation with tribes before we released the, certified the CEQA document. And in that 4 years, I think we really did just learn and try to better understand what we were hearing from the tribes. I think you mentioned, how to train tribal representatives to speak to us, but it was sort of, we kind of took an opposite approach. It was, we understand that we don't understand exactly what the tribes are trying to tell us and how it might fit into the CEQA process, because often it's in conflict. But how do we better understand what they're saying and kind of some steps we took. So after every consultation meeting, we actually took pretty detailed notes and summarized what we thought we heard and provided it back to the tribes that were engaging with us to say, is this what you were trying to explain to us? And they got a chance to provide feedback and, respond and provide us feedback on the notes specifically. And all of the notes in the consultation summaries led to a confidential appendix, which is the Tribal Cultural Resources Identification Report. And in that report, it identified the various potential tribal cultural resources, which ultimately led to what got carried forward in the CEQA document, which would be what I consider how we incorporated tribal ecological knowledge. And I should say tribal knowledge more generally. Some tribes don't utilize that term, tribal ecological knowledge, so we broadened it to say, any tribal or indigenous information, essentially, that they were sharing with us regarding any CEQA resource category. But anyhow, what got carried forward to the actual evaluation in the public-facing chapter was the Delta TCL that I know Catherine gave some points on yesterday. But essentially, what we were hearing from tribes generally during consultation were related to the various CEQA resources, like mentioned, fisheries, aquatics, and aquatic resources, water quality. But the guidance and guidelines for, the Western science approaches to those evaluations are often in conflict with tribal and indigenous information and how they feel we should be evaluating things. And so that was pretty clear to us early on. So that's why we really did try to focus the evaluation and the consideration of tribal perspectives, I should say, into the Tribal Cultural Resources specific chapter. And so one of the important notes is that the Delta TCL, it's a very,
TCL.
Tribal Cultural Landscape, which was a tribal cultural resource determined by the department in the CEQA document, had a set of character-defining features. And character-defining features are basically the features of the landscape that make the Delta TCL a tribal cultural resource. And many of those features included things that were also individual resource categories, like water and waterways, fish and wildlife habitats. And so that, that's how we tried to incorporate what the tribes were telling us and their perspectives on these resources into the Delta TCL evaluation. And with that, one of the important things to note is a lot of these resource categories, as I think was mentioned yesterday, they're less than significant from a CEQA evaluation perspective, based on the science that we've put in the record for this process. But from a tribal perspective on those same resources, the impacts are significant and cannot be mitigated. So that's what led DWR to say that our project's impacts on the Delta Tribal Cultural Landscape Tribal Cultural Resource are significant and unavoidable, irregardless of all the proposed mitigation and tribes made that very clear to us, and I know Carrie also mentioned that we understand that many tribes are against this project and continue to coordinate with us to this day, even though they have opposition to the project, just to, as I understand it, to ensure that the resources they care about are preserved or, avoided to the extent that we can in this project. So one of the things I did want to get to, one of the council members' questions yesterday, like, for example, like some examples of how we incorporated TEK. So I kind of mentioned generally how we did it in the TCR chapter, but there were some good examples over the years. So Carrie mentioned the SEC process that was kind of at the outset when we were designing this project and meeting with community folks to provide us input. And there were tribal representatives as a part of that committee. And during that process, tribal representatives made us aware that one intake location in particular had a high likelihood to intercept with sensitive resources that they were concerned about. And so because of that information they were willing to share with us, we actually removed that intake from consideration for the project. So the approved project eliminated, so it was one of the alternatives, of course, but it eliminated intake 2, intake A per the CEQA document, from consideration. And so that was one of the first kind of things that we did to hear what they were saying and make changes to the project. As we are like I mentioned, we still consult with many of the tribes that have been consulting on this project. And it's, we understand that some tribes have different capacities or are able to and choose to speak to us at different times in our process. And I think it's a testament to some of the tribal relationships and engagement we have built on this program that some tribes, although they're against the project, still talk to us, and we still work with them to try to incorporate their knowledge or concerns into the design and planning for this project. And one of the biggest examples that's currently happening is in our restoration planning. So I'm sure somebody on our team has made this audience aware that we have a lot of species restoration requirements for this program, hundreds of acres. And as a part of design and planning for those restoration projects, we are incorporating opportunities for tribes to basically fulfill any role they would like in our restoration planning, all the way up to land ownership eventually. So current land management, stewardship, access, and definitely into the planning and design for this process, for those restoration sites. And even as we move forward with design and construction of the project, we have commitments in our CEQA document for the TCR specifically that we'll continue to hear from tribes what resources are out there that are important to them, especially after we conduct surveys, because we haven't had access, of course, to a lot of these lands in the Delta. And so once we're able to do surveys, we left open the opportunities for tribes to continue to tell us where resources might be located, and then we would go back and work with the design engineers to try to the much as we can, to the most extent possible, to avoid resources. That is the first TCR mitigation commitment. So in summary, I will say I don't disagree with a lot of the sentiment that like Mr. Busher shared about the importance of tribal expertise and consideration into our processes and planning and design as it moves forward. And I just say from my perspective, we are doing our best to honor our commitments, and we feel, from a department perspective, that tribal expertise is very important, and we strive for meaningful consultation, no matter how it's perceived. Okay.
Thank you. I'm not asking all the questions, so we'll, go ahead.
Can I quickly have Carrie Buckman address a couple of the points as well?
Good morning. I just wanted to mention a couple of things. We did hear about the Parafair communication, and I just wanted to mention, I think that we interpreted the response email to indicate that the Parafair was not interested in talking to us, but it's not too late. So we will reach out. We're continuing consultation and coordination with the local communities. So we will absolutely try to continue that with the Parafair. And then for environmental justice, this is something that is also important to us, and I wanted to respond to the concerns there. We analyzed environmental justice in the environmental impact report and found, unfortunately, that essentially the entire Delta area is a disadvantaged community. And with that in mind, it wasn't possible to move the sites of the facilities to avoid impacts to environmental justice communities. So instead, what we tried to do is mitigate and reduce those effects as much as we possibly could. So in the EIR, we worked to reduce and mitigate, and then we also have included the community benefits plan with an attempt to really focus on those communities to try to address. Thank you.
Thank you.
Okay. Are you done, Diane?
I will have more questions possibly at the end. Thank you.
Okay, so I just want to note that it is almost 10:45. We've blown through, it's fine, no, because I think this is a really important part of our process, and we've let everyone know many, many times that public comment will happen after we're done asking our questions. So I'll just ask for the public to continue to be a little bit patient. I want to make sure that all the members get their questions answered and that everybody on our panel has an opportunity to be heard as well, okay? So with that, I'm going to move down to Daniel, and then Anne, and then we'll ask more final questions from everyone. We'll take a short break, and then public comment will start, so please just think about that for folks that are here waiting to make their public comments. Thank you very much for your patience.
Yeah, and with the public comment in mind, I'll be as brief as I can. So I have, I think, 2 questions for DWR and one for Stockton. Christina, wherever you are, thank you for answering my question from last night. I was looking for that, for a specific example. You gave us one, the elimination of that intake. So let me actually start with DWR and ask for another example of where the project, the plan for the project, specifically got better, changed, was modified because of input from the Environmental Justice Committee rather than the tribes. Like Christina did on the tribes was an example of where the EJ community input made us better.
Well, the intake certainly is an example of that as well. The intakes that were selected are further from the town of Hood than one of the intakes that was not selected. But Carrie Buckman probably could identify other examples.
Thank you. The intake site was the first one that came to my mind as well. There was originally an intake site that was closer to the town of Hood that we did eliminate from consideration because of that concern. Additionally,
And just to clarify, Carrie, thank you. That's a different example than the one Christina gave us for the
is,
tribes. Got
yes,
it.
different intake.
Yeah.
We also have really incorporated a lot of the feedback we've received as part of the community benefits program. That's an area where we're really looking for feedback. We've conducted interviews, community meetings, and really a lot of follow-up with those communities to try to get feedback about how best to help them. So I'd say that those are probably the 2 examples that come to mind.
Thank you very much. And my second question for you guys, DWR, is around mitigation measure 10.1C. And the question is, do you plan to evaluate islands beyond those included in your survey of rural historic districts and cultural landscapes when you get access to those additional islands?
I apologize. Can you repeat the question?
Do you have a plan to evaluate islands beyond those included in your survey of rural historic districts and cultural landscapes when you get access to additional islands?
Catherine Marquez probably could answer that one better. Thank you.
I'll do my best to try to respond to that. So the evaluation of cultural landscapes, which I think is what you're referring to in 10.1C, so that evaluation has very specific requirements, and I'm not an archaeologist, so I cannot necessarily name them, but I can point you towards the evaluation. And so that evaluation has been completed as part of the EIR process. There will be additional surveys and studies, and there may be additional resources that are identified through those surveys, but I think it would be very unexpected to identify additional cultural landscapes in the format that is required by CEQA, which has a very specific eligibility requirements.
So it sounds like probably not.
Probably not.
Okay, thank you. And then for Stockton, please. Can you just elaborate a little bit on your assertion that the baseline scenario doesn't account for changes in frequency of extreme events? I'd like to better understand exactly what you're, this is in the category of best available science, I assume. And you're saying that they don't adequately address or account for unexpected climate events?
Yes, so I think more specifically, as I understand our expert testimony, we'll follow up with a written, in writing with the specific pages in the record that address this. What Stockton's expert and the Delta Public Water Agency's expert testified to was that the modeling that was performed in support of the environmental impact report and later on the petition for change in diversion, which is not in the record, does not reflect the actual hydrologic conditions that are reasonably predicted to exist in the delta with the effects of sea level rise and climate change. And so sea level rise is one component of it. There's also evidence in the record that addresses the question of the hotter, drier climate and the effect on inflows, rim inflows to the delta, how much water is going to make it to the reservoirs and make it into the river, the effect of the rising sea level. It's a complicated mix, and I'm not a scientist, and I don't feel comfortable providing a technical response, but I'm happy to follow up with the specific citations to the pages in the record that would help answer that question.
Okay, thank you. I am interested because I believe there were unexpected things happen. The Sacramento Kings won last night, so.
You can see the beam from my house, and I almost fell down off the porch when I opened the door and saw it.
And DWR, can I ask you the same question, just if you have anything you think we should know from your perspective on this suggestion that we haven't adequately accounted for the frequency of extreme events related to climate and sea level rise?
Yeah, I'll have Amardeep Singh discuss the modeling we used.
Amardeep Singh again. So yes, in terms of the climate analysis that we did, so we started with EIR, that had some climate models, and there was some criticism that the scenarios that we had were too wet and they don't look at hotter or more drier scenarios. So since then, there has been additional modeling and updates that have been made, and that is part of the ITP. So one thing we did was we, typically when we do our operations modeling, we use historical 100-year period of record, that is, from 1921 to 2021. So one of the advancements that was peer-reviewed, and what we did was we adjusted the historical record based on the climate that we've already seen in the last 30 years. We know, climate is changing, so we adjusted, the historical record based on the changes that we have seen in the last 30 years. So that was one improvement that we made, and all the climate scenarios for 2043, 2085 incorporate that, the change in climate, and based on the new models, we updated this analysis.
Thank you.
And another thing I would like to say is that within each 100-year period, we do have a range of hydrology. We have wet years, we have dry years, critical years. So when we're looking at the results and impacts and benefits, we can, isolate those times and see what the benefits and impacts are.
And the extremes are more extreme in the last 5 years than in the last 30 years, right? We heard that, and I think that's true.
Yeah.
But you based this on?
At least, yeah. The period of record was based on the last 30 years. That we, again, the methodology that we used was peer-reviewed, and the goal was to come up with what we was using was historical. We know there's climate that's changing, so how do we incorporate that and adjust that record to better represent the climate that we're seeing?
Okay, let me just push one point further. So is the last 30 years the best available science rather than the last 5 years? If the last 5 years is showing a trend toward more extreme?
The climate is changing, and it will probably continue to change. We used that 30-year period using methodology by climate experts, the department, and outside. So, but again, when we're using these models, we're using them as a comparative analysis with project and without project, and using the latest and greatest has been our foundation in terms of our climate modeling, especially since the project is, one of the measures to address climate change and state water project reliability. That's what.
Thank you, Doctor.
Yeah, thank you.
Thanks, Daniel. All right, Councilmember Patterson.
Thank you. So I'm a lawyer, so I'm going to probably sound like one a little bit because I'm kind of focused on the actual language of the policy, so I will apologize for that up front. So for Department of Water Resources on invasive species, can you help explain sort of under, I think it's ERP 5, where the record sort of establishes that you considered kind of the golden mussel specifically and whether kind of the new infrastructure for this project would or would not improve habitat conditions and sort of how I kind of heard some testimony that you will provide, I think, a plan before implementation, but just want to specifically understand how you guys are kind of squaring with ERP 5.
Thank you. I'll have Catherine Marquez address your question.
She should sit closer to the...
Hi, I'm sorry, I'm just going to open my notebook here because I think I have some references for you guys. Okay. Sorry, I'm looking for the references. All right, sorry. Okay, so for golden mussels, I did want to point you guys towards our written submission response on best available science. It's on page 112 through 113. And then we also have references that we cite there. So those are the quotes from the incidental take permit that I noted yesterday. That is DCP U1.1.00001. And then the golden mussel response framework, which was also in our record, which is DCP.AA2.1.00072. So I wanted to make sure that those were referenced. The certification itself does specifically reference our involvement in the golden mussel response task force. So it is specifically cited in the certification that we submitted. I'm trying to think of what your question was specifically. As I mentioned before, we don't have a specific golden mussel response plan for the Delta Conveyance project at this point in time. But we do have the commitment to develop the invasive species management plan for the project. And so that is something that is still part of the continued planning and design of the project as well.
Can you help us understand how the DCP incidental take permit conditions that you referenced relate to the project's management strategy, like through this process? And how the management strategy for the mussel.
Sure. So let's see if I can find it. So the incidental take permit is a permit that was issued to us by CDFW for California Endangered Species Act listed species. And so in that permit, one of the conditions of approval is that we are required to inspect all equipment, including marine vessels used for construction and habitat creation, enhancement, and management for invasive terrestrial and aquatic plant and animal species prior to entering work areas, when moving from one work area to another, and when entering covered species terrestrial and aquatic habitats. Which is also consistent with the golden mussel response framework. So this is a requirement in our permit that we are legally obligated to implement, which is in addition to the mitigation measures that we are already committed to, which is the invasive species management plan that I mentioned earlier.
Great, thank you. That does answer my question, so thank you. Let's see. Okay, I had some questions about DPP2 and siting. And that first question is to the city of Stockton, I believe, but perhaps also to, I think you represent the sewer district, so sort of related, I guess, on behalf of both clients. Yesterday, I heard DWR note that DPP2 focuses on only siting decisions and not, so like to avoid reduce conflicts in the siting, but not in operation and maintenance. What I heard you saying is that the operation and maintenance of the DCP is going to impact your clients' facilities, both Stockton and the Sacramento sewer. My question is, can you help me understand how the siting decision would actually impact that as opposed to the operations and maintenance? Does that make sense what I'm asking? Because it seems like if you just move it down river, then you're not avoiding those impacts, you're just moving them down river, if that makes sense.
Well, you actually would be ameliorating those impacts to a significant degree for Sac Sewer because the reverse flow problem that it presents for them is a function of the proximity of the DCP intakes. The further downstream, the less likelihood that there's any reverse flow event that is caused by the DCP that could affect their operations. So distance is a significant factor there. For City of Stockton, as I noted on the presentation slides, or tried to show, the location of the DCP intakes is at a spot on the river that removes water just above a delta side channel that flows south to the location of Stockton's intake. So if the DCP diversions occur at a point further, I don't know if it's west or south, but below the current location, then the potential to adversely influence the water quality at Stockton's drinking water intake is addressed or avoided. So the impact on the uses is of those facilities is directly a function of the decision to site those intakes in the community of Hood.
Got it. And is there evidence in the record about sort of the feasibility of alternative sites that they didn't consider that would have avoided those impacts?
There is information about different alternative sites that were rejected by DWR, and we can provide the citations to that. Back in 2011, they wouldn't address, I'll be clear, they won't address all the impacts of the parties that you've heard from in this proceeding, but there was a fish facilities technical team study in 2011 that identified locations further south below, I want to say Sutter Slough, that the fish facilities team found would be better for salmonids, albeit slightly not as desirable for delta smelt. And then there are other alternatives that were presented by the public in the many years of this proceeding, including alternatives in the West Delta that certainly would have avoided that issue. They would have to be combined with other improvements like brackish water desalination.
Thank you, that's really helpful. You also, just as a point of clarification, referenced yesterday, I think that DWR failed to consider some city plans, and I didn't catch what cities you were talking about.
I was talking about the City of Stockton's general plan specifically, yes. So. And pardon me.
Yeah, go ahead.
Just to follow up on that siting discussion, what you see with the history of the Delta Conveyance projects is a history of sticking with a long ago conceived plan to put water diversions near Hood. And the input from the public and the affected parties over decades has been that this is not the right location. There are too many impacts that should occur at other locations. And in the spring of 2019, after Governor Newsom directed the withdrawal of the Twin Tunnels proposals, he specifically directed the Department of Water Resources in his executive order I can't remember the exact date, but the end of April 2019, to inventory and assess planning for a single tunnel Delta conveyance. And for the parties in the Delta, where the most, and my clients in particular, where the most substantial impacts and concerns arose from the siting of the facility and the intakes in and around the community of Hood, the expectation, I think, was that that inventory and assessment would lead to a decision to make a substantial change, and that would avoid or substantially lessen the overall effects of the project. And that didn't happen. And there was a reference made today about impacts to environmental justice, just a short while ago, about impacts to environmental justice communities and whether there were changes in the project that affected those. And there was the department referenced removing an intake that was closer to Hood. I would appreciate, on behalf of the county, if they could follow up in writing with the evidentiary citation that shows that where that intake was, we're not aware of that, and when that decision was made, and also the documentation that shows that that decision was made in response to comments of environmental justice communities.
Okay, my next question is for DWR. And I think that what I heard is multiple appellants raising issues about your consideration of comments under DPP2. And I was looking at DPP2 and kind of, it's a bit of a mouthful about, where comments fit in that long sentence. But I was wondering if you could help me understand your perspective on what DPP2 requires with respect to considering comments, and where in the record it kind of shows that you in fact met that requirement.
Thank you. Yes, it requires us to consider comments from other agencies and the Delta Protection Commission. And whenever we receive comments from other public agencies or the commission, we consider them and address them. For example, comments on the draft EIR are responded to within the draft EIR itself. We did receive comments thereafter from agencies, as well as information received from the changing point of diversion proceeding. And all of that information was considered by the department in reaching its conclusions in the certification, particularly with respect to DPP2.
I just noted that I think the city of Stockton, et cetera, I cited a couple of places where it essentially you acknowledge the comment, but don't actually say kind of, and so if you could help me understand kind of what it is that sort of, you did with that comment.
Yeah, I mean, unlike CEQA, the certification process doesn't require, a full response to every comment received. What is required is that we and the experts we're working with have taken the comments into consideration in, formulating our conclusions that are set forth in the certification.
I have a couple questions on WRP1 on the reduced reliance. So for DWR first, I think it feels like from where I'm sitting, there's a bit of a disagreement between the appellants and DWR about what is required for a water supplier to satisfy the requirements of WRP1, A1, and C. Sort of what does it mean to have a plan? I can't remember, I'm on the wrong page, but a plan that meets those three standards. And so I was hoping you could share your perspective in particular, and then I'd like to ask the same of perhaps the city of Stockton about in particular kind of what is required, because we have this denominator problem where you guys are saying it's 8 and they're saying it's 185, and it'd just be helpful to get everybody's a little bit more on that. Thank you.
Sure. Well, respect to 8.1, it's a question in the negative. It says, have we failed to do X and Y? And so if we've demonstrated that we've done either X or Y, we have not failed to show that we haven't done X and Y. So hopefully that made it simpler, but.
It doesn't, but there are some negatives here that are a little hard to parse. Yeah.
So because demonstrating that we have met either of the two shows consistency, in our analysis, we asked the question whether we met reduced demand or increased regional self-reliance. And if we showed that we did meet either of those two, then we haven't failed to do both. And so that's the framework of our analysis, which we think is very clearly set forth in that plain language. With respect to C1C, while there have been concern about the use of either volume or percentage. I haven't actually heard a direct explanation of why that's inconsistent with C1C, because it very clearly says that you determine consistency with reduced reliance and increased regional self-reliance using volume or percentage. So that's the approach the department used in the analysis.
And I'm sorry if I'm taking too long here, but could I ask the city of Stockton if you want to provide sort of your, I'm just trying to really understand what the statute, or I'm sorry, what the policy requires, so I'd love your perspective as well.
Sure, I'll just start briefly, and then I'll actually defer to Baykeeper because they had a more extensive analysis of this in their presentation. And we look at the language that says you have to show both, that they're not two sides of the same coin. We pointed that out. There would be no purpose in identifying both of those as requirements if they were, and saying you could satisfy them either or when the statute says and. It's legalese, it's technical, it's in our written submittals, but I'll actually hand it over to Baykeeper to address the additional questions you ask about the percentage versus volume.
And I'm going to let my colleague, Christy Ralston, handle that one.
Thank you. Nobody understands this, okay, yeah.
Yeah, thank you for the question. So first on that question of the and the negative. So DWR is arguing that and as is listed in section A1 of WRP1 means or because it's preceded by a not. So you need one or the other instead of both. Relying on that not to negate the internal conjunctions of the list items is illogical. It's clearly meant to apply to the structure of the list, not the individual list items. It also ignores that subsection C1 of the same section utilizes the phrase decrease reliance on the delta and increase regional self-reliance without a preceding not to transform it into an or. Regarding the percent of total demand, so DWR has made representations about how it, based on the total amounts or percentages, determined which water suppliers had demonstrated reduced reliance on the delta. The language of C2 states that the expected outcome for measurable reduction in delta reliance and improvement in regional self-reliance shall be reported in the plan as the reduction in the amount of water used or in the percentage of water used from the delta watershed. Comparing it against an inflated number of total allocations rather than actual water used is unrepresentative of that number. Likewise, comparing it against the expected total reductions is not comparing it against water used from the delta watershed, particularly if that number includes increases in regional self-reliance, which is definitely not water used from the delta watershed. They also made comments yesterday taking issue with some of the numbers that we presented regarding increases in delta reliance and decreases in regional self-reliance. And I wanted to note that these were calculated increases in reliance were coming from values reported in the urban water management plans. And those numbers do not include expected increases in exports as a result of the Delta Tunnel. So these are pre-tunnel numbers that are still showing an increased reliance on the Delta. But taking a step back, I wanted to note that the policy set forth in the Delta Reform Act and the Delta Plan is to improve water reliability for the state by reducing reliance on the Delta. Sticking a giant extractive tunnel in the ground invests further in a broken system and does not move the state any closer to those goals.
Mm-hmm. Okay. So just so I'm kind of tracking and maybe in plain English, like your perspective is that there needs to be sort of an absolute reduction as opposed to like, obviously, the city of LA is continuing to grow and its population is growing, so its percentage is coming down potentially because they're doing more desal, but as a total number, it is not going down. That would not meet the, from your perspective, because you can't just rely on the fact that it's a percentage reduction. It has to be an absolute reduction.
Yeah, it needs to be in regards to the water use from the Delta watershed, according to the statute and the policy.
Right. As an absolute number, not a percentage of their total.
It can be reported as a percentage as well, but it needs to have a denominator that is the correct denominator.
All right, I think I'll maybe, I'm probably spending too much time on this, but I did have a question then. So there's 3 parts to this requirement. So the second one, I guess I have a question for City of Stockton. It sounds like the Department of Water Resources has said essentially that based on its calculation, there's about 40,198 acre feet, which is about 1% of the state water project total, that actually, would be the reduced reliance. Do you guys dispute that number? And can you help me understand your perspective on that number that they have in the record?
Yeah, we do dispute that that is the appropriate number because it doesn't account for all of the other water users who intend to take water from the tunnel and the total amount of water that is relied on for the Delta Conveyance project for the same reasons that Ms. Ralston just described. They're looking at taking up to the full state water project contract amounts, as much water as they can take. So the 40,000 acre feet just doesn't reflect the actual expected demand on the Delta, additional demand on the Delta.
Right, I got it. But I'm sort of stuck on the requirement of A2, which says the failure has significantly caused the need for the export, transfer, or use. So first we have to figure out what is the failure, and then the determination is whether it has caused the need. And so if you could sort of speak to what is your estimate of what the failure is, or sort of where in the record, or if you could point me to where in your appeal you address that.
We do not have our own independent calculation of what that volume should be, because that is not the burden of the appellants to calculate that. But as to whether the failure to reduce reliance caused the need for the project, I think it's evident that the fact that they want to take more water from the Delta through the project shows that they have not reduced their reliance on the Delta. They haven't satisfied that standard. If you had reduced reliance sufficiently, you wouldn't need to take more water out of the Delta. I'm struggling to answer that with more precision, but that's the essential position of the appellants, that this Delta Reform Act contemplates that people will reduce reliance, and there's plenty of testimony in the record from the water contractors that for a variety of reasons, they want this project in order to compensate for shortfalls in other supplies.
Okay. Thank you.
Sorry.
I had a question for DWR about Delta flow objectives. I think the appellants have raised concerns, at least I've heard concerns today and yesterday, about how the department's going to operate the project with respect on dry years and in the context of sea level rise, and essentially that I think the department will not meet obligations under 1641 relating to water quality. And I just would like, maybe if you have, whether it's you or the right person from DWR to address that issue.
Sure, I can start. ERP1 does not require speculative assumptions of future disaster scenarios. The flow objectives as set forth in D1641 are premised on the current configuration of the rivers and sloughs in the Delta, which are bounded by the existing levees, and do not contemplate flow criteria or responsibility for meeting flow criteria in the wake of any kind of catastrophic event. There's no way to address that issue without undue speculation about the circumstances that would result from an event. So other than speculating, we couldn't really analyze it, and the policy itself does not require it.
But I think what I had heard is essentially that you have analyzed this with the intention essentially to not comply with 1641. So I just want to, obviously I know that that's a requirement that you comply with that, but I just want somebody to sort of, hopefully, maybe it is Carrie or somebody to speak to kind of the department's, you know, kind of plans with respect to 1641.
Hello. Yeah, we have to comply with D1641. It is part of our water rights. We do not have an option. I think there were some questions earlier about temporary urgency change orders, and those are actually contemplated within D1641. So when they are enacted, it's not a violation of standards. It's a reflection of an emergency condition. However, Delta Conveyance most likely will never be operating under those circumstances, so it really won't affect those periods. But I think taking a step back, I'd like to just address, I think there's a more fundamental lack of trust with the state that I wanted to speak to. We do have an operations plan. We'll include a citation on Tuesday. And the requirements that I discussed yesterday are documented both in our EIR and our incidental take permit, things that we have to live up to. And we've also proposed them as terms and conditions for our water rights. So we will not have an option. We don't have the idea that we're going to change how we operate and then abandon the Delta. We can't legally do that. So we won't have that option.
Thank you. I don't have any more questions right now.
Okay, I think for the sake of the court reporter, we're going to have to take a 10-minute break. Again, I apologize to the public commenters, but when we come back, it'll be my turn, and then we'll circle back around to the members in the order that we started with. So it's 11:20 now. Let's come back at 11:30, and then we'll rejoin then. Thank you. All right, we're going to resume. If everybody could take their seats.
Quickly interrupt and say hello?
Hi. We're going to get to public comment. We're going to do it before we break for lunch.
I am absolutely fascinated by the discussion. My mind is reeling back and I'm catching up the memories of the past and going, oh, yeah, okay, this and that. Really, I'm having a ball.
Hi, well, we're so happy that you're here. We're honored. Right, we're going to get back to member questions. I have a couple to ask, and then we'll circle back around for any other members that may have thought of something after their last turn. My first question is for DWR and the Sac Area Sewer. This is regarding Delta as a place. Were the locations currently identified to receive harvest water in the record before DWR when it filed the certification? So I guess first maybe I'll ask the sewer district to point to where they reference that in the record and maybe let DWR to respond.
I'll have to look up the citation, but the answer is absolutely yes, because this was all addressed in Sac Sewer's testimony before the State Water Board. And I'll, if I can't follow up immediately, we'll do that in our written submittal by close of business Tuesday.
Okay. Yes, DWR.
Yeah. The program relies on the voluntary participation of landowners. We don't have any evidence in the record that there's existing contracts with any landowners in the area. But more importantly, as it is a voluntary program, the landowners that participate are going to change over time. And the Twin Cities complex area is a very small percentage of the overall area. So as far as, the impact, we believe we have reduced it and that it is not, it's minimal.
Okay, thank you for that.
Shirley, if I could just
Ma'am,
follow up
yes,
on that.
yes,
So in Sac Sewer's testimony to the Water Board and in our written documentation for the appeals, we do point out that this particular location at Twin Cities Complex was one of only two areas in the entire harvest program area that were uniquely suitable for the type of crane restoration and enhancement that Sac Sewer is proposing to do. And it's an important nuance because it's not just that the entire area, in theory, could be used. This area was selected based on unique characteristics, including the presence of cranes, the likelihood that they would come to that property if additional water was applied, and the location between the two wildlife refuge and the preserve.
Thank you very much. My second question is kind of back to the delta flow objectives. So I think what I'd like to do is direct this question first at Sac County. Does the Water Board Administrative Hearing Officer's letter regarding concerns about climate change modeling represent a finding of compliance or non-compliance with D1641?
The Water Board has not made its findings yet about the project's ability to meet flow objectives. And one of the issues is that the flow objectives that will be applicable at the time the project will be operating are currently being determined by the Water Board, which is expected to make a decision on updating the water quality control plan by this coming fall.
Okay, so that's a no. And then what consideration then should the council give to this letter?
The council should give significant consideration to that letter because the Water Board is the entity charged with interpreting and applying the Bay Delta Water Quality Control Plan. So when the administrative hearing officer presiding over the proceeding determines that she does not have enough information to make an informed decision about the project's ability to meet, comply with the Water Quality Control Plan or the Delta Reform Act, that should give you pause and should, we think, supports the conclusion that this certification is premature.
Thank you. And is it your opinion that it's possible for this council to reach a different conclusion than that of the administrative hearing officer in the letter?
Well, the council can make whatever decision it chooses to make. I don't think that would be a defensible decision to find that there's substantial evidence in the record to support DWR's determination that it has supported with substantial evidence its ability to incorporate appropriate delta flow criteria.
Okay, thank you. And then I'd like to just give DWR a chance to help us put that letter in context, which I think is what all these questions are trying to do, is like, how are we taking this letter into consideration?
Thank you. Yeah, the hearing officer was concluded that she needed more modeling to determine what criteria to place on the project. It wasn't a question of whether we're consistent with the existing flow objectives. It was about considering if other objectives need to be placed on the project. Here, within the context of this forum, the question is whether we're consistent with ERP1, which asks whether we're consistent with the existing flow objectives, not criteria that the hearing officer may impose on the project in the change of point of diversion process. And ERP1 expressly says that when and if the flow objectives are changed by the Water Board in the future, that we would be required to follow those changed flow objectives. But today, we relied on the existing flow objectives as required by ERP1.
Understood. Okay, thank you. Did you have?
I would just note that on the question of the appropriate flow objectives and whether they can meet the standards today, there is evidence in the record, and it's DWR's own evidence. We'll follow up with the citation. It's in our appeals, where they did project, there's been discussion about the future climate conditions, operations in 2070, and they found that under the conditions that they evaluated in 2070, the project would not be able to meet the D1641 objectives 15% of the time. they would require what are called temporary urgency change petitions, which are essentially a get-out-of-jail-free pass to allow the department or any other party that seeks an urgency change petition to waive certain requirements of the flow standards. So there is evidence in the record that shows that although the evidence they cite shows that they fail to meet those objectives a small percentage of the time, I think they say 1% or plus or minus, that by 2070, under their own predictions, that noncompliance increases to 15%.
Okay, thank you. All right, my next question is for San Joaquin County. I want to get back to the golden mussel issue. Can you please elaborate on how the record establishes that DWR fully considered how the DCP would or would not improve habitat conditions for the golden mussel?
Thank you. I think what we see in the certification is that there really isn't any evidence in the certification about how the project itself interacts with this particular invasive species, which does have some differences from other invasive species that the department and others have been dealing with, as we've seen in the press and in DWR's own materials. And DWR indeed has its own scientists that are attempting to address this issue at their existing facilities right now. But if you look to the pages in DWR's supplemental submission even, and certainly in the submission itself, there's general references to a golden mussel response plan, which is really more about inspecting vessels and potentially inspecting facilities, but it doesn't address it. So, I mean, that's why we focused in our appeal on best available science, as well as the mitigation measure in the Delta plan, which, do have more, tangible requirements with respect to, bringing forth to you best available science, which in part includes timely, right? So again, there's a lot of reference to what was available at the time the EIR was prepared with respect to golden mussel and with respect to a lot of the other issues we've been discussing. But what matters is what's available from a best available science perspective, is what's available to DWR at the time it submits its certification. And we know from DWR's own scientists and materials that we've asked the council to notice as part of the record that this is a tremendously difficult problem throughout the state water project and at Clifton Court Forebay itself. And so when you look to the record before you, the idea that there would be a plan later to address this just doesn't meet the council's policies. And it's deferring it to later to the extent that DWR might want to read the Delta Plan mitigation measure to allow for formulation of a plan later. It's reckless and irresponsible. If you look at a picture of a pipe covered inside and out with golden mussel, and you think about the inside of a 39-foot diameter tunnel, 45 feet long, that might become populated, and just think about the water supply benefits that DWR is saying it would provide to other areas from this project, it may not be able to provide those benefits. So we think from a best available science standpoint, DWR needs to bring its own science that it's been developing at its own facilities forward to apply it to this project and to bring it forward to the Delta Stewardship Council in particular in this certification. And I understand that, there's always new things evolving and it's hard to keep up, but it doesn't comply with the policies to try to avoid the issue. And inspecting, addressing just, the idea that cleaning the screens once every few months, like I mentioned, and evidence that we've asked the council to take notice of that's from DWR itself, they're having to do this every day or every week, I believe, down at Clifton Court. So every few months wouldn't work. And so, maybe this isn't a concern and DWR can show that. So it should bring forth that evidence. That would be best available science. And so that's what we're saying, is there's just a lack of information altogether on this issue.
Okay, so maybe keeping that comment in mind about how DWR is dealing with other invasive species like the zebra and the quagga mussels, I'll ask this question of DWR. Can you please describe how the record establishes that plans for the prevention of zebra and quagga mussels would also avoid or mitigate the potential to improve the habitat conditions for the golden mussel?
Well, as we've stated, golden mussel is an evolving issue, and recognizing that, we both looked at the science available today, and we recognize that by the time we implement construction, the information available to us on how to develop a plan to most effectively treat golden mussel will evolve, and we'll have more information on how to implement it. In addition, the incidental take permit requires that we develop the plan along with CDFW. So we have their input and requirements that they sign off on the plan that ultimately will be developed. All of the measures to address the other mussels will not necessarily be effective for golden mussel. We recognize that, but we have identified the issue, identified the information that's available today about golden mussels, and acknowledge that it's a serious issue. And it's important to mention that a lot of our mitigation measures recognize that the information known when the EIR was certified is going to be very different than information known when we implement construction. So a lot of our mitigation measures require us to true up, if you will. Noise measures require us to do actual noise measuring before we commence construction to make sure that our mitigation is effective. Air quality requires us to go out and do additional air quality analysis before we actually implement construction. So recognizing that there's a need to develop the plans further before construction, I think, is fully consistent with the Delta Conveyance project's final EIR, as well as consistent with this council's regulations.
And we've learned that over the last couple of years that we've known about it, they're very prolific. They've gotten into lots of stuff. They're in the State Water Project now. So isn't there a plan already in place for the State Water Project to be dealing with them? And is that something that could be, I guess, more widely shared with the council about how the plan for the DCP is going to work?
They certainly are an issue in the Delta already, and it's something that the department is continually developing tools to handle. There is not a final plan on how to address it because it is still an evolving issue. Catherine Marquez might have more information, but we do mention in the record that this is an issue we're dealing with now. And through those experiences, that's part of how we're going to develop the plan in the future.
So I did want to acknowledge the fact that the work that DWR is currently doing as part of the State Water Project is directly relevant to this project. This project, when constructed and operational, will be part of the State Water Project. So any of the actions that DWR is undertaking from the State Water Project perspective, they're directly relevant to the project. And so what we mentioned earlier was the involvement with the Golden Mussel Task Force, and that's part of that studying and development of procedures to not deal with these species. Technically, I think the Golden Mussel Response Framework actually says that ideally it's such a difficult problem that you're really looking at managing the problem once they're already there, and they're already there. So.
Okay, thank you very much. This is a question for DWR. Will DWR divert water from the
Chair Lee,
Oh, yes.
might I just make
Sorry.
a brief clarification, sorry.
Okay,
I wasn't
yes.
quick enough on there. I just wanted to point out that the ITP citation provided on 113 of DWR's response, it refers to inspection of equipment used in construction. So I just think that's not really responsive to the concern of the colonization of the facilities during operation. Thank you.
Thank you. Thanks for pointing that out. So again, for DWR, this question is around the concern of, I guess this would go to flow objectives to some degree, that DWR is going to use the conveyance project to take water out and in low flow years and divert it away from the delta for a net loss. Can you address whether or not DWR will divert water from the delta for a net current loss?
So in the presentation yesterday, we had that chart that showed 2085 levels, and we have projections showing that water from the delta available to the State Water Project is going to decrease rapidly through up to 2085. And this project is going to allow us to recapture some of those losses. So overall, that's the reason we're proposing the project, and that's the outcome. There are some scenarios in wet years where we see that we may, in the more near-term years, potentially be able to get a little bit more water than currently diverted from the delta. But again, the question here is looking at WRP1, whether we're reducing reliance on the delta. And reduced reliance looks at volume and percentage. And here we've shown, because as a percentage of increased demand, that we are continuing to decrease reliance on the delta. We're consistent with the reduced reliance policy that this council has adopted.
Thank you. And my final question is, in your presentation yesterday on page 17, you showed us the chart where there were the 4 years of water, the missed opportunities chart. Had the conveyance project been available, this X amount of water would have been saved. My question is, where would it have gone? Where would it have been stored? And where will that excess water that we're going to be taking in wetter years, the whole purpose of the DCP, where is that water going to go during wet years in terms of storage, or as somebody mentioned, just into groundwater recharge? If we could, Carrie.
She preempted me.
So the missed opportunities is, I'd say, sort of a quick calculation to understand how the diversion criteria really work in the Delta. So it looks at when we would be able to divert, the conditions that we'd be able to divert, really highlighting that we cannot divert during low flow conditions. But there are sometimes opportunities in dry years where conditions very quickly get high, and we would be able to divert under those conditions. So really trying to connect that to real world conditions. That tool is a simplified tool, though, so it's just looking at diversions. It doesn't model where those diversions would go. So we know that in some years there would have been storage available, certainly in 2022, and also in 2024, we had looked at available storage for that. In 2023, there would have been as well, because it was early enough in the season that there was still storage available. 2025, we would have looked, 2024, sorry, we would have looked, getting my years backwards. 25, we would have looked more at groundwater storage. But I also wanted to highlight that this is the simplified tool. We did a more complete analysis using the calcium model, and in the calcium model, we did consider where the water would go. So it looked at demand for State Water Project water, it looked at demand for high flows during wet periods, and it looked at available storage to make sure that we had a place for it. And if we didn't divert it, which is why you see lower diversions in most wet years, because there isn't anywhere to put it.
Awesome. Thank you very much. All right, that's the end of my questions, and I'll go back over to Councilmember Eggman.
Thank you. And just going back to the city of Stockton, because I kind of heard when we were talking about how are we going to mitigate an issue with the native folks, basically said we can't, right? So we're going to look at mitigation somewhere else because we can't really fix their issues. The same I heard with the EJ community, that there's really only so much we can do. So then I'm wondering about, if we're going back to talk about flows, and we heard Dr. Lytle talk about, why doesn't Stockton count as much as the places that you're diverting it to? Because if you're taking it off in years before the city of Stockton, right, and by nature, we're the ones that often have the worst water quality, the most stagnation, the least flows. If you take it out before, isn't that by definition telling us that we're going to continue to have degradation of both our water supply and the water quality? To the Department of Water Resources, I'm sorry.
Oh, sorry. Yeah, we certainly can discuss it from a modeling perspective, but generally speaking, because the project is going to be taking diversions when the water levels are high, that helps avoid the concerns that you're expressing. And then we've modeled and showed that the constituents that they're concerned about, reverse flow and chloride and the other issues, that there will not be a significant impact on any of those areas. And again, for a more technical response, Amardeep Singh.
I was going to say, so the construction of the project will not decrease flows at all? Throughout the Delta all the way down to Stockton?
The minimal change is what's been modeled.
That's what's been modeled, okay. And again, just looking at the 30 years, not the last 5 years, when last August it was well over 100 for over 30 days.
Amardeep Singh.
So I'm sorry, could you repeat your question one more time?
Just to repeat the question,
Yeah.
so the premise is that the construction of the facility will not degrade the flow or the water any further than currently?
So the way, if you look at the proposed operation of the project and the criteria that we have, primarily the diversions are happening when the flows are high. So the criteria is totally flow dependent. So, and it also changes from, during the year, wetter periods we have a criteria that allows us to divert water. And when it's dry and there's other concerns in terms of fisheries, there are restrictions on how much we can divert. So when you have high flows, excess flows in the system, that otherwise just flow out, the project will divert those flows or has capability to divert those flows, meeting all the criteria that's in the ITP. And we have analyzed what changes in those flows will affect, hydrodynamics in the delta, water levels, flow reversals, water quality, given the proposed operations we have and the regulations that we're trying to meet, what effect those diversions have on different constituents in the delta.
So can you say then why the people in Stockton, or Dr. Lytle said, why do we count less? Why do we count less than the people for whom the water is being diverted? Because that kind of comes down to what we're all talking about, right?
I think that one of the things that we run into quite a bit is the concern that when we say that the Delta Conveyance Project won't change conditions or will minimally change conditions, it's a reflection that we think the conditions are currently okay, and that's not the case. We know they're not. We know that the HABs are a significant issue. We as DWR do quite a bit of research on that to better understand what's causing that problem and how to address it. We agree. But it's that it's a problem right now. And what we were looking at is whether the Delta Conveyance Project would worsen that condition, and we found that it wouldn't. But I think I want to be really clear that we absolutely think that Stockton matters. I agree with Dr. Lytle that we think so. We've worked to try to incorporate their feedback wherever possible.
And we could look to the document about where we address the water supply project and the sewage project.
Yes, we can send those as record citations.
Okay. Thank you. Thank you.
Thank you. Okay, Maria, anything?
Kind of clarifying question. First, I just wanted to verify that I heard this South Delta, the whole idea, and I think others mentioned too, of climate change. We need more water. More water is going to be exported, therefore worse quality for the Delta, water quality for the Delta. So I'm hearing that, and then at the same time, the DWR says that reduction on reliance is a percentage, not a number. So I'm trying to figure this out. While we're doing all this talk, is there a consideration for all the effort that is being done, like conservation, recycling, desal, stormwater capture, stuff that is proven, at least now in Southern California, that specifically in Los Angeles, there's more people but less use of water. I mean, there's something that counts. And I'm trying to see if any of this are brought in this discussion, plus the idea that we are going to do water storage. The system allows us to store water at the times where we have dry weather. So I'm trying to understand from both sides that I heard in the past few hours of, is the model or is this narrative that we kind of like put out includes this kind of impacts, that there are other efforts that are in process, and what kind of impact that have, and not just take for granted that it's a percentage and it's going to be more water because the weather is hotter. I think we should do a little bit more detailed analysis on this, and some of you maybe have, and probably DWR has. Could you shed some light on this?
On other actions that are being taken?
Yeah, and the impact of it in what is being discussed, and not maybe take as for granted that there's significantly more usage, because what if the other efforts create a significant impact? And we know that there are a lot of efforts that are happening right now. So I'm trying to see if that comes into the equation at all.
Well,
or we just leave that out.
I mean, all projects, development projects have impacts. So certainly other projects that may be pursued in other regions have impacts, and they are going to be subject to their own environmental analysis. With respect to what we know about what's being done to try to address water supply reliability at the regional level, as we discussed in our WRP1 analysis, looking at the urban and agricultural water management plans as required by the policy, we can identify that there's 1.2 million feet of water supply at the regional level that is currently being pursued. And in addition to that, our analysis shows that overall they're projecting a regional-wide level reduction in reliance on the Delta of 520,000 acre-feet. So we have looked at, and there's evidence that it's not an either-or, that we need to pursue, because the Delta Conveyance project and the State Water project in particular is a fundamental supply source for a lot of the regional reliability projects like recycling water. You need the base water to be able to recycle and reuse. And so both regional self-reliance and the Delta Conveyance project is critical to the state, and the urban and agricultural water management plans demonstrate that both are being taken seriously.
Thank you.
Thanks, Maria. Councilmember Burgess.
Yeah, we've talked a lot about Delta's place. One of the things we haven't really talked a lot about is recreation, boating, fishing, water skiing, all of those. There's a lot more. For its recreation mitigation measures, what did DWR do to consider the impacts of the levee improvements on Lower Roberts Island to the storage area at the Tiki Lagoon Marina, and how will it avoid the associated recreational impacts? I think he's looking back for Carrie. No?
Yeah, Catherine Marquez, please.
Catherine, okay. Catherine, you probably should have sat on the edge seat. I'm just saying,
Sorry, I'm going to have to get back to you with a direct citation. We do have a response regarding concerns related to the Tiki Lagoon Marina. I don't think, I don't want to sort of mischaracterize that response, so I'm going to sort of temper the response here. But as far as our understanding, our analysis showed that the facilities we're not going to impact the Tiki Lagoon Marina. I guess.
Even the storage areas?
The storage areas are not directly next to the Tiki Lagoon Marina. I'm not exactly sure how far away they are, but it's not in direct conflict, at least from the physical siting.
Okay. This is a hypothetical, but not really, because last year the federal government required some water to be released from reservoirs. With the uncertainty, is that a possibility of this project, that the water could be controlled by other entities to their wants or needs?
I think that's a Carrie question.
I know it's stretching, but
I can
just
try.
hearing this,
Yeah,
it just made me wonder.
I can try. So that was the federal government changing operations of a federal facility. So
Right.
this would not be a federal facility. So within the bounds of what I understand, I don't think that would be a concern. I don't know, Chris, if you have a better answer than that, but
No, I was going to say the same thing. They're not
Yeah.
participating in this project, so yeah.
Okay. My last question is, I started with the Delta Protection Commission, giving them the chance to just kind of speak up, and I read body language, and I saw that she had felt like she didn't say what she wanted to say, and after hearing everybody, so I'm going to ask you, did you have any other comments from the testimony yesterday or today?
I do. Thank you for this additional opportunity. I really appreciate it. Just 2 points. I think one, and I think this is really building off of what Emily, I think, has eloquently addressed in terms of Delta as place, and that it's a feeling, and then also things that Eric has said and what others have said about cultural resources and tribal resources. And, I think when we look at the Delta Plan and we look at the policies and the recommendations, they're broken up into chunks so that we can understand it as people and make sense of it and try and figure out how to address it. But everything we're talking about today is Delta as place. Every single thing affects Delta as place. And Delta as place is a Delta Plan consideration. It's not a CEQA consideration. And so I think as we're thinking about all this, and DWR is, addressing their CEQA mitigation, but we don't have the right standard for Delta as place mitigation, and to address this and to address the effects, the multiple effects that we're going to be seeing by a project like this on Delta as place values. And so I do think, though, that it also then becomes incumbent upon us as a state agency, all of us, and Delta Protection Commission as a state agency, is to hold ourselves to a higher standard. And I don't think, again, we, and I think all the appellants, I think, would agree here, is that we're not holding ourselves, or that the state is not holding itself to that higher standard of Delta as place. That's my first point that I appreciate being able to make. And then I just also want to just take this moment to just kind of build on something else that we talked about in our testimony yesterday. And we have addressed in a couple of letters to the commission. And this is in regard to the multiple roles that the Delta Protection Commission plays in regards to anything in front of the Delta Protection, in front of the Delta Stewardship Council. We're an appellant. We're allowed to, through the appeals proceedings, to comment on other appeals. And then under Public Resources Code 29773, we're also allowed to provide comments and to make recommendations, and the council is required to consider those recommendations if they are feasible. So we have submitted multiple pieces of letters to that effect, and encourage you to take a look at that. But our recommendations, and again, this was addressed yesterday in our testimony, was to remand the project, but then also to require the Delta Stewardship Council or for the state to ask the Delta Stewardship Council to manage a time-bound process to figure out another way forward. We recognize that something needs to be done. It does. We need to figure out how we're going to provide water to the Central Valley and Southern California, but we don't want it done at the expense of the Delta. So I guess under our PRC 29773 authorization, I guess that is our recommendation to the council, that they consider that as a potential way forward as well. Thank you.
Thank you. I don't see reading any other body language, so those are the ends of my questions. Thank you, Charlie.
Thanks, Diane. Gail, do you have any further questions?
Thank you, Madam Chair. Just one more time for DWR, and I know that you've addressed this, but in the administrative record, the specific evidence demonstrating that the conveyance project itself reduces reliance on the Delta rather than increasing the reliability of Delta exports. I think that's a little bit the tension we just heard. Can you address where and I would say that's under WRP1.
Well, thank you. WRP1 specifically asks whether the suppliers have reduced reliance or regional self-reliance. It doesn't ask whether each individual covered action has, which makes sense because a reliability project, which one of the co-equal goals is to improve reliability, a reliability project is never going to reduce reliance because it's trying to make sure that the Delta water is a reliable water source. So it isn't a WRP1 requirement to demonstrate that the Delta Conveyance project will reduce reliance, but we do have the modeling showing projected future diversions from the State Water Project. And again, in 2085, it shows that the current level of diversions are greater than they'd be under the Delta Conveyance project. Getting up to 2085, there are periods, if there are extremely wet years, in particular, where the project may allow for higher diversions. But as a general statement, the goal of the project is to reduce the losses that we know are going to occur due to sea level rise and climate change.
Thank you.
Thanks, Gail. Daniel.
One more quick one for DWR and one for Fair. To DWR, can you discuss for me the decision to use fencing around finished project sites versus other buffer materials like vegetation or ferns?
Thank you. I mean, there certainly is, other vegetation is part of the mitigation as well.
But in some cases, you chose to do fencing rather than vegetation, right?
I believe in most cases there are both, but if you're asking about mitigation measure 7-1B and the buffer reference, again, it's important to mention that that is one subdivision of the entire mitigation measure, and the question is whether all of the measures we've implemented are equal to or better than that mitigation measure. And so fencing is one of the tools we're using to ensure separation between adjacent uses. Another tool we've used is, again, because that mitigation measure is trying to avoid taking more land out of ag production, just simply expanding a spatial buffer would require us to take more of the ag ground around the project. So in the case of remnant parcels where we are going to be using some of the agricultural land, our mitigation requirements require that if the farmer decides they can no longer continue to farm that land, that we will acquire it from them, and that will become part of our buffer separating us from other uses. But we're giving them the option to be able to determine whether they can continue to use the land, and if they can continue to use it, then our buffers are sufficient for that use.
And that selection of the buffer, a fence versus a vegetation buffer, is that in consultation with the farmers too? Was there a process of input on that?
I mean, the mitigation measures specifically, and perhaps Catherine Marquez could address it further, but they do identify landscaping around facilities, and they also specify fencing. So those types of measures, I believe, are already in place as part of the mitigation measures. Is that
anything to add on that, Kevin? Okay, that's okay.
Okay, yeah.
Thank you. I appreciate that. And just real quick, Fair, this is for some reason sticking with me, so I want to ask you, did you guys refuse any other booths at the Fair besides DWR? Is there anybody else you said no?
Usually we run out of space in our special interest area, so we do have to refuse booths. I don't have any off the top of my head.
But it sounds plausible that other people were turned down too.
Yes, yeah. Generally, we want it, whatever special interest booth that comes to Fair, given our limited space, is related to the agriculture or Delta or something to that extent. Like for instance, I just got interest from Pape Machinery, and I thought that's a bit of a stretch to want to come to Fair, but he said he has a orchard tractor, and I thought, well, okay, well that's kind of related. So he'll go to our arts and crafts to see what she can determine and if there's space for that.
Thanks.
Thank you.
All right, Councilmember Patterson.
I had one more question about mitigation measures. And I think, Catherine, you might want to make your way toward the, sorry. And I think what I had heard you say before is that the sort of, the way that you, with respect to kind of buffers, that you sort of have a suite of different potential mitigation measures, and that, you know, which one is appropriate for a particular location, it will be sort of decided based on the specifics. Is that a correct characterization? Like kind of that specific geography and what you're trying to accomplish?
So I think just looking back at the intent of the Delta Plan mitigation measure was that the buffers would help reduce impacts to ongoing farm operations, right? And so it's not necessary, so what I was saying was that you can accomplish that also by implementing other measures, not just buffers. And so it's not necessarily that I'm calling those things directly ag mitigation buffers. It's that those other things are accomplishing the same things as reducing those impacts, like the visual barriers or like the noise barriers for aesthetic resources or for the noise resources.
Okay, I think I do understand. Thank you.
Thank you. All right, and I too have just a couple more quick questions. These are going to be for DWR around Delta as a place. How many, well, I guess I would say, we've heard from different presentations, different numbers about the number of homes impacted and businesses impacted and acreages impacted. And I think I've captured that we believe 15 occupied homes would be impacted. Does that sound right?
That, I know that I believe Carrie Buckman had the data yesterday, and that sounds roughly right, but I don't remember the exact number.
Okay. My question around that was, what does outreach with them look like? And what are these renters? Are they owners? And what is the mitigation compensation process if someone's home is going to be impacted?
So, I mean, for any land that we need to acquire for the project, the first goal is to reach an agreement to purchase the property from the landowner. If the landowner is not willing to sell, then the department does have eminent domain authority, and it would go through the eminent domain process, which fair market value is assessed through that process, and the property owner would be paid through the eminent domain process.
Understand.
Okay, and so the number of structures, it's in the EIR in table 14-2. So there are, over the entire project area, 15 residential structures, 3 recreational, 40 support or storage, and 13 other, for a total of 71. 5 of those residences are within the intake areas.
Okay, thank you. And you might want to stay up there. I have just a couple follow-ups. Do we have a calculation on how many businesses will be impacted, numbers of employees and losses compensated, and is that something that's being mitigated?
I don't believe that we found that any businesses were going to be taken out by the areas, but I think that we did analysis in the socioeconomic section. It actually was more the opposite, that because we were bringing workers to the area, that there were beneficial effects to businesses, and so we characterized those in the socioeconomics chapter. I don't think that we had specific adverse impacts, although we did hear some in comments about sort of bringing people to smaller communities, and we did recognize those in the socioeconomics chapter as well.
Okay. And then my final question was around unemployment and something that you just mentioned. Have you considered hiring for construction from the Delta community or doing something along the lines of the community benefit program with training or opportunities for people to learn from this?
Yes, those are parts of the community benefits program. So I think I mentioned there are sort of 3 key components. One of them is the community benefits agreements that we spent some time talking about, which is sort of the pre-work with interested parties. Then there's the grant program, which we talked about, but we didn't talk much about these other set of implementation commitments. So job training and local hiring targets are among those as well.
Thank you. All right, that's finally the end of our questions. And I want to thank again everybody for being here very, very much. We really appreciate your participation. This does conclude the hearing portion of our meeting today. And what we're going to do is move on to the public comment portion. So let me get my script for that. What I'm going to do is turn it over to Emma so that she can run through what public participation process is going to look like. We will ask our dignitaries that are in the room and online to proceed with their public comments when Emma's done. And then we're going to take our lunch break, and then we'll move on to the rest of the public comment.
Thank you, Madam Chair. So if anyone missed my earlier announcement, I just want to make sure everyone's clear on the process. So anyone who would like to provide oral public comment today during the public comment period for the hearing may turn in a comment card at the public participation table or contact the council clerk via email at engage@deltacouncil.ca.gov as seen on the screen. Please provide a name and an organization if applicable, and to note if you're a tribal representative or elected official. You'll be called to speak in the order those requests are received. If you're having technical difficulties or need assistance making a comment, please email engage@deltacouncil.ca.gov or contact 916-204-3002.
Thanks, Emma. So I think, ma'am?
Pardon me, I just wanted to let you know that the mayor of Stockton would like to make comment, but the delay from the scheduled time has prevented her from doing that because she's in another meeting in Stockton. So she is planning to call in and step out of her meeting so that she can make her comments. And so I don't know what that process will be, but okay. Just letting everybody know that that's.
Our public participation team will make sure they
Yeah,
can handle
thank you
that.
very much.
Thank you. Okay, so make sure that the mayor of Stockton is teed up. All right, so we're going to, just because we have so many public comments and we want to make sure we get everybody in this afternoon, oral public comments will be limited to 2 minutes to accommodate the number of people who have expressed interest in providing comments both in the room and online. We have a substantial number. And in the interest of time, we respectfully request that if you agree with comments made by a prior speaker, you can state that fact and then add any new information you feel is pertinent to the issue. To those wishing to provide comments, please remember that the role of the council is not simply to approve or reject a project, but instead to review the appeals and consider the evidence in the record when the certification of consistency was prepared. The closer your comments relate to the appeals of the certification, the more relevant they'll be to the issues considered today. If you prefer to provide written comments, those can be submitted to the council at any time at engage@deltacouncil.ca.gov, and those written comments will be open all the way through the time that we make a determination hearing, so you don't have to do it today. You have plenty of time to get written comments to us, and we will read them. So now let's go to the members of the public that we're going to start with. So Emma, do you want to begin with that process, please?
Yes. All right. Our first public comment is from Vice Chair Melissa Tayaba with Shingle Springs Rancheria.
Oh, are we starting with Congressman Kiramendi? Oh, tribe. Okay, thank you.
Tribal
Thank you for
officials
clarifying that.
then
Thanks.
Elected officials.
You're next.
You guys hear me?
Now we
All
can.
right.
Thank you.
Hello, everyone. My name is Melissa Tayaba. I am the vice chair for the Shingle Springs Band of Miwok Indians, as well as the traditional ecological director for the tribe. My tribe was displaced from our ancestral villages along the Sacramento River and Delta waterways, but we have not and will not abandon our role as guardians of the water. We are distressed by the degraded conditions in our rivers, which impact the ability of our people to maintain culture, tradition, ceremony, and food sovereignty. We have also heard similar concerns from other tribes and determined that current state efforts to protect tribal water uses are insufficient, which is why we are working in partnership with tribes, communities, and organizations dedicated to a healthy and vibrant future for our Delta region. I want my children, their children, and our generations that come after to maintain our cultural traditions. Those traditions require a healthy delta that support fish, plants, wildlife, and ecocultural landscapes. I want them to live in a society where their voice and their knowledge as Indigenous people is valued in governmental decisions about land, wildlife, and water management. My tribe's ancestral territory includes the Greater Delta, and as the first peoples of the region, we feel an inherent responsibility to protect the Delta's ecocultural well-being, not just for our people, but for all people. I want our ways of life to have equal protection as other water uses under the law. This year, we are co-sponsoring AB 2218, which would codify the need for tribal water rights and practices to be incorporated into state policies. The Delta Plan recognizes the need to protect and support our treasured estuary and the people whose lives, cultures, and traditions depend on it. A healthy delta requires more freshwater inflow. A project can only be consistent with the Delta Plan if it supports both of the co-equal goals for the Delta. The DCP does not meet the requirement because it would take more water out of the Delta in times when the Delta and all the living things connected to it need water the most. The Delta Stewardship Council cannot solve the tensions created by competing demands on our rivers. However, you can and should deny projects whose claims to support the ecosystem are demonstrably false and in direct conflict with our TEK. Our knowledge is best available science, and the DSC is responsible for applying it when evaluating projects impacting the Delta. My tribe's TEK and environmental departments are currently working in collaboration with DSC staff on a series of workshops aimed at highlighting the importance of intertwining TEK in the Delta and elevating the voices of tribal people. We have genuinely engaged with the DSC and hope our voices and efforts have not been yet another check the box spectacle where creating the optics of tribal engagement is worth more than actually implementing tribal knowledge and feedback, as has been our unfortunate experience with DWR. DWR has failed in conducting true and meaningful consultation with tribes. They've attempted to define meaningful by boasting about the number of consultation meetings they've had with tribes, when in reality, quantity does not equal quality. Imagine having multiple consultation meetings with an agency and not seeing any shift in project design and complete apathy for the devastating impacts to our tribal cultural resources, including the disturbance and desecration of the resting places of our ancestors. In fact, human remains have already been found near proposed intake sites, yet the project design has not shifted. DWR's claim that consultation was successful is an insult to tribes as they continue to ignore our concerns and literally plan to bulldoze over our cemeteries. I think it's been made abundantly clear that the DCP not only fails to meet consistency standards of the Delta Plan, but it also utterly fails to equitably protect tribes and Delta communities. Thank you for your consideration, and I respectfully ask that you act in the best interests of the Delta, upholding your duty to protect it and us. Thank you very much.
Thank you for being here, and thank you for your comments.
Next, we have Crystal Moreno, representative with Shingle Springs Band of Miwok Indians.
Good afternoon. Can you hear me okay? Okay, here we go. Wasn't planning to make a statement today, but I had to respond to some of what we heard today. Very difficult to be in the room listening to misrepresentation of tribal consultation, tribal meetings, and our feedback that we've given to DWR. Shingle Springs convened a Delta Tribal Coalition, particularly because of the harmful impacts of this project. I was in the room with at least 7 to 9 Delta tribes almost monthly. DWR was invited to those meetings. At no time in those meetings did any of the tribal reps specifically say, remove this intake, and we're happy with that? In fact, I would argue that when they changed the design on intake 2 or intake A, it wasn't because of the tribes. If they were doing it because of the impacted tribal resources, they would also remove another intake just down the river where human remains were found. I think they're utilizing and they're actually weaponizing tribal consultation to say and to misrepresent what we shared with them. To say that the tribes were, in favor of removing intake 2 is a half-truth, right? Because we're in favor of removing this whole entire project. But what we really wanted was a no tunnel alternative, which we did not see and which is not being put forth by DWR. To us, we're all about trust. We don't trust this agency, even though we continue to have meetings with them. We do that to hold them accountable. The fact that they, threw us a little nugget and said, we acknowledge the Delta is a tribal cultural landscape, does nothing for us if you're not protecting it, right? It's like someone saying, I acknowledge your house, but I'm still going to destroy it. So I just want to set the record straight. Thank you.
Thank you so much for your comments.
Next, we have a comment from Congressman John Garamendi.
Thank you very much for the opportunity to comment on a rather important part of California. And I want to compliment all of you. Your questions, the interaction that I've heard here has stimulated and reminded me of about 50 years of policy issue that I've been on this. I may be the oldest water buffalo left active, but the reality is that you have a very complex and important task ahead. You've got 3 tasks, and you have to address those. You've got the ecological issues, the environmental issues. You have the issues of the basic way in which the Delta exists today, the agriculture, the history, and the maintenance of that. And you have, perhaps in the minds of many Californians who are not familiar with the Delta, the task of water and water supply. These are not in conflict. They're not in conflict at all. The reality is that the water supplies for the state of California can be met. As I left my home in Walnut Grove this morning and drove out Twin Cities Road, I looked on both sides of Twin Cities and I saw 2 very rectangular lakes, about a quarter mile in length, maybe a couple 100 yards wide. That was what was envisioned in the 1970s. That was the peripheral canal. The signs and the pieces are still there. We've been at this a long time. Here's I want to leave you with an overarching solution. And that is California can prepare for the changes that are occurring in the climate and in the river systems. The flows ebb and are large, they're small, they change year to year. It can be done. And without a tunnel, without a peripheral canal, it can be done by water planning. For example, the 4th or 5th biggest river on the west coast of the Western Hemisphere, from Alaska all the way to Chile, is the sanitation facilities in Southern California. You can add those in the Bay Area, and you might even get up to the 3rd biggest. But the reality is that we have the potential to address the water needs of California. I'm going to, because of the limitation on time, I want to just bring to your attention a water plan for all California. I drafted that in about 2010 and 11, specifically to address what you're talking about here today. We call it a big sip, a little sip, big gulp. You protect the internal levees. We call that the Armored Levee Project. Those are the levees that flow, that are in the central delta, that ultimately a water supply can find its way to the river. When you have a flood, you turn the pumps on. But where's the water going? You have to have storage south of the delta. So you build storage south of the delta. You recycle the water in Southern California. Perhaps 1 million acre-feet is available today in Southern California with water recycling. And then, of course, Northern California, the same can be said in smaller quantities. But it is possible to address this without building a facility that will be there. We called it the vampire ditch. This can be the vampire tunnel. When it gets thirsty, that water is going to flow regardless. Well, that's a movie. You build it, they'll come. You build it, they'll use it someday in the future. So don't ever risk the delta. There are different integral things that can be done within the delta. Armored delta levees, water supply, understand the ecology, where are the fish, you turn the pumps on, you suck the endangered fishes into the canal. No, you don't do that. You don't turn the pumps on. There was a time where you could fill reservoirs all the way to Southern California in about 2 weeks because of the flood in the delta. I think it was 1.5 years ago. Turn the pumps on. The fish, they're not there. Where are they? They're in the western delta. So you need to be adaptive. You need to be smart about it. You've got a big task. My final point here, and I could probably go on for a century, well, half a century anyway. My final point is you have a critical moment as you ponder how you're going to deal with these three apparently conflicting, but not conflicting requirements. The general history of the Delta. Senator Feinstein and I created the National Heritage System because it's unique. There's no other place on the west coast of the Western Hemisphere like this Delta. So it's there. That's a piece of it. The communities, that's another piece of it. The ecology of it. Fish, birds, you name it, it's all there. I don't think we have bears, but I know there's a mountain lion or two around. And it's unique. There is a solution. It is available to you. Unfortunately, all of us are embedded in what we have done the rest of our life, the previous part of our life. Not the rest of it, but the previous. DWR, it started in the 1950s to build a canal in the 1950s. And here we are, what, 70 years later, we can build a canal. No. As Jerry Brown said, it's not a canal, you'll never see it. I said, really? I'm going to bury it. Okay. I think my time is up, but my interest in this is not. My new district is the Delta once again. Never give up. Thank you so very much. If you have questions, I'll be happy to answer them in writing, and I'll send you the link to a water plan for all California. I would request that it be formally entered into the record. Thank you very much.
Thank you so much for being here. We really appreciate your comments, and we will see you tomorrow at the NHA Passport Kickoff. My grandchildren want to meet you, so let's throw that out there.
Next, we have a comment from Sarah Palmer, a board member of Zone 7 Water Agency.
Okay, there we go. Hi, I'm Sarah Palmer. I am a director for the Zone 7 Water Agency, and I'm here to voice our support for the Department of Water Resources certification of consistency. It's a filing for the Delta Conveyance project. Zone 7 covers the eastern portion of Alameda County, serving over 250,000 Californians in the Tri-Valley region and a legacy wine region. We are the exclusive groundwater management agency under SGMA. Our region is up to 90% dependent on the state water project's imported water. The Delta Conveyance project is a critical component in ensuring the future water supply reliability for the Tri-Valley residents and the agriculture served by Zone 7. Climate change is already causing major swings in water supplies due to weather weirding, and restoration of the water supply that would be lost should the Delta Conveyance project not move forward cannot be recouped by any other project because Zone 7 depends on the movement of water through the state water project system. We have worked to reduce our reliance on the Delta watersheds through demand management and investments in projects such as Sites Reservoir and local potable reuse. With rigorous planning, 27% less water supply will be needed for the Zone 7 service area by 2045 compared to 2010. Support data and evidence is available on our website. Had the DCP been in place in 2025, approximately 1/5 of our demand could have been met. Modeling shows that Zone 7 would have approximately 6.42 thousand acre-feet supply restored should the DCP be in place by 2040. Zone 7 applauds the Department of Water Resources for their work to ensure that the current iteration of the project is in line with the Delta Plan. Stakeholders in the Delta have had extensive opportunity to engage in the development of this project. This included early consultation with the Delta Stewardship Council staff, a DCA Stakeholder Engagement Committee, I was chair of that, which was charged with helping to avoid or lessen impacts on Delta communities, and more than 150, sorry, I timed this for 3, more than 150 government-to-government tribal consultations. The project has already undergone rigorous, transparent environmental review under CEQA. Continued delays in implementing the Delta Conveyance project not only puts our region in jeopardy, but impacts more than 2/3 of California's population, including 3/4 of the state's disadvantaged communities, which is about 9 to 10 million people. It also includes over 750 acres of 50,000 acres of farmland. I want to misplace those zeros. There's a very real cost to all Californians without the DCP, with more frequent and larger water shortages, more mandatory restrictions, higher water rates, more land fallowing, higher food prices, food insecurity, and job losses. We urge you to move forward with the Department of Water Resources certification of consistency for the Delta Conveyance project. The stakes are too high to delay any longer. Thank you.
Thank you for your comments. I'm going to say no for right now, Diane, sorry. We have some people online that are time restricted too. So anybody else in the room, Emma?
Yes, we have, our next commenter is Yolo County Supervisor Oscar Villegas.
Right. Well, thank you very much, Madam Chair, members of the Commission. Good to see you all again. My name is Oscar Villegas. I'm a Yolo County Supervisor. I represent the towns of Clarksburg and the city of West Sacramento, directly across the river from here. So by virtue of my elected space, I have also served on the Sac Sewer District Board, the Delta Protection Commission, as I currently serve on, and the Delta Counties Coalition. But what's most important, I think, for what I would like to say today, is that I also served on the Delta Stewardship Council. I sat in your seat, and so I understand the complexity of the issues that face you and the challenge that you face today. In summary, I think you've heard already some pretty compelling testimony around the co-equal goals and the Delta Plan policies, and I can't imagine walking away from here today, if I were sitting in your chair, not having 1,000 other questions. So instead, I prefer to briefly speak about the process, and I know this isn't what you instructed as part of your process, but I think it's incredibly important. So self-certification is a process that government often uses, and having spent 30 years with the state, we used it a lot, and it worked pretty well, and it can work. But the reality is self-certification is just that, self-certification. So imagine for a moment that in any other huge public works project that we were asking for the project proponent or the applicant or the contractor to self-certify. I think that's a huge ask of them, but I think it's a legitimate one. And imagine doing that for some high-rise building that you and your family would go up 10, 15 stories, or some bridge that you would have to cross across the Bay Bridge, similar to the Bay Bridge. We as a public would demand not only a self-certification, but some additional level of review to ensure that an independent validation that the standards that were set out were actually met. It's not that we don't trust the proponents, it's that we need to trust, but we need to verify. That's our responsibility, and our livelihoods require it. So I respectfully request that you remand this issue back. Given all the challenges, there are no do-overs in this space. We have one shot, one opportunity. This is California Public Policy 101 with water. You can't get more complicated than that. So thank you very much for your time.
Thank you, Supervisor. We appreciate you being here and your comments.
Our final in-person elected official making a public comment will be Sacramento County Board of Supervisors, Patrick Hume. And then we'll move on to our online elected officials.
You guys heard a lot from me yesterday, so I'm going to keep it brief. I just want to remind you of what I brought up that the Congressman echoed. The Delta is unique. It is the largest freshwater estuary in the western coast of the Americas. We can't afford to get it wrong. We cannot afford to get it wrong. I was going to go into a long speech about the logic of failure and how human thinking oversimplifies things and we don't look at the interconnectedness of complex situations. But the only thing I want to leave you with is this. I don't begrudge DWR for what they're trying to do. It is the easiest way to solve for a need that they have and a problem that they're trying to fix. What I say is we can spend that same money and get a whole laundry list of forward-thinking projects, a portfolio approach of solving our water problems, instead of risking the co-equal goals to where we are so good at solving one that we perhaps cast the other into a place where it cannot be achieved. That's what this project threatens to do. I don't know if it will, but the threat is not worth, the juice isn't worth the squeeze. So I don't want to stand between you and lunch any longer. Thank you for your time. Thank you for consideration. Thank you for everything you're doing. And just please remand it back. Let us work on it collaboratively and come up with better solutions.
Thank you for being here, Supervisor, in all of your capacities. Appreciate your comments.
All right, now we'll move on to elected officials and reasonable accommodation online. So I'd like Mayor Fugazi of Stockton. You should be able to speak now online.
Wonderful. Thank you so much. Good afternoon, Chair, Delta Stewardship Council members. I thank you for the opportunity to speak today. I apologize I couldn't be there in person. I will submit my comments because I don't think I can do it in 2 minutes, but I'm going to do my best. Y'all love Dr. Mel Lytle, so do we, so you can't have them. Just want to start there. I'm wearing multiple hats in this testimony. One is mayor of Stockton, one is as a biologist, and then one as a descendant. There's 7 generations of my family that live in Stockton or have lived in Stockton, and my great-great-grandfather lived on the Delta in the mid-1800s. It's why he came to California from Italy. The Delta is Stockton's lifeline. It's the backbone of our industry, is agriculture, and it's a core employer, in our community. And, diverting water, through this project, anyone with common sense knows that it would reduce the freshwater flows. It would increase salt water coming in from the Pacific Ocean, which then leads to, opposite of what another speaker said, higher treatment costs for drinking water, reduced water quality for crops and residents. And we already are closely monitoring salinity throughout the Delta because of its proven effects on agriculture and municipal water supplies. We've experienced drought. We have experienced compromised levees. All the things that were mentioned have happened in Stockton that have negatively impacted the Delta and the way of life here. We have harmful algal blooms that happen, which also then produce toxins that threaten drinking water, wildlife, fisheries, livestock, and our local economies. Agriculture and economic stability, in case you didn't know, agriculture, like I said, is highly sensitive to water quality. That higher salinity stresses our crops, reduces yields, and makes it harder for plants to absorb water. Okay, and the region, we already have market pressures. Asparagus, potatoes, grapes, they're being removed. Farmers are replanting with rice and cherries, crops that require consistent fresh water. As far as jobs and local economy, agriculture supports thousands of jobs, not short-term jobs. Okay, these are jobs that we have year in, year out, and contributes millions of dollars annually to the regional economy. In terms of public investment risk, this is going to be hundreds of millions of dollars through the city of Stockton and local utilities that we have invested to build up our water supply infrastructure, do Delta restoration efforts, removal of derelict, vessels polluting waterways. So, Stockton is not alone. Our neighboring Delta communities, I think we're all on the same page on this. And this project just threatens the rural character of the Delta, the agriculture economy, and the ecological health of the region at large. And I would just say for my closing statement, and like I said, the rest will come to you, for the health of Stockton's residents, I represent more than 325,000 residents. Our local economy and the future of California's food system is dependent on this Delta. And we respectfully urge the council to uphold the appeal and require a better science-based path forward. Can we do this project? Yes. Should we do this project? Absolutely not. And I will leave it there. Thank you so much.
Thank you, Mayor. We appreciate your comments. Thank you for making time for calling in.
My pleasure.
Our next public comment will be from San Joaquin County Supervisor Steve Ding. You should be able to speak now. Yeah.
Yeah, thank you, Board. A lot of the comments have already been stated, so I won't repeat them. And most of my comments here are to the merits of what you're hearing is. I will submit those, and I'll just leave you with this. And I think Congressman Garamendi said it best. And I'd just like to add this. We're being asked to make a false choice. This isn't about conveyance of water. This is about conveyance of cleaner water. There is no way to pay for this project whatsoever. There is a win-win situation out there that we can accomplish both, and it's not through the tunnel. Senator McNerney has a bill out there right now to armor plate the levees and allow us to do through Delta conveyance. We can all get healthy together, and that's the approach we need to take. Again, thank you for your time, your excellent questions, and I will submit the rest of my statement via email. Thank you.
Thank you, Supervisor. We appreciate you taking the time to comment to us today.
All right. Our final comment before lunch is from Barbara Barragan-Perea. You should be able to speak now.
Can you hear me?
Yes.
Thank you. Thank you for the accommodation. Good afternoon, Chair and Council members. Barbara Barragan-Perea with Restore the Delta. First, I want to ask Council members to consider joining Restore the Delta in Shingle Springs for an abbreviated tour to learn about impacts at specific sites before voting on the consistency determination. Second, I want to note that Kettleman City is a significant EJ community with serious air pollution problems. Who has asked the community and EJ advocates there who worked for decades for the people if they agree with the landfill operator? I bring this up because I was a member of the Stakeholder Engagement Committee for the DC-DCA for nearly 2 years, where I offered dozens of questions and suggestions to incorporate solutions and protections for Delta EJ communities, rural and urban. And none of our significant concerns were resolved. EJ areas in San Joaquin County were excluded from the footprint by DWR and the EIR after we were ignored in the DC-DCA process because it was too hard for them to respond in a meaningful way to mitigate water and air quality challenges. EJ communities were left out of the project footprint in the EIR from San Joaquin County, with DWR now dismissing the entire region as disadvantaged, I believe, to limit community benefits scoping and dollars. It was just going to be too expensive to mitigate fully. EJ communities will be paying for the project in Southern California, but there is no detail as to who will receive that water. This project does not meet the co-equal goals for the Delta or water supply reliability if EJ communities do not benefit from the water but are paying for it in pollution and/or dollars. Thank you.
Thanks for your comments, Barbara. Thanks for your patience and your flexibility with your schedule today.
I appreciate you.
Yeah, absolutely. I want to say one other thing about comments. We have so far received 50 written comments, so I want to thank those commenters that are turning your comments in writing. We really appreciate it. We all have access to all of those comments electronically. All of our board members do. So I want to reassure you that we read these comments. And with that, it is almost 1 o'clock. So why don't we say that we will take our lunch break now and we'll return at 1:55. So just before 2 o'clock, we'll get started. And then we'll be just rolling along, continuing with public comment. And we're still under ex parte. Hi, good afternoon. We're going to get started in just a minute. All right, we are back from lunch. We have a quorum. Gail is on her way as we speak. She's walking through the door. So we'll go ahead and get started with public comments in the room. And then we will go to public comments online. And Emma's going to give a little bit of instruction to the folks online to raise your hands.
Yeah, I'll just provide a little bit of context and structure for how we'll run public comment in the room, and then I'll give the same structure when we get to virtual public comments. So I will call the first wave of in-person commenters. When your name is called, if you're able, please line up behind the podium in front of the Office of Public Participation table. When we've heard from all in-person commenters, I will call the first wave of virtual commenters. And I'll be calling the first 6, and then on a rolling basis of 3. So our first group of commenters, we have Kevin Strauss, Ava Lazor, Joshua Golka, Jennifer Pierre, Victoria Lort, Adam Borchardt, Thomas Keeling. So if your name is called, please go ahead and line up. If they aren't here, we'll circle back at the beginning before we move on to virtual presenters. I know people are probably coming back from lunch, so. Well, yeah, so if you heard your name called, please line up behind the podium. Yeah, go for it.
Good afternoon. My name is Joshua Golka. I'm the head of state government relations for Santa Clara Valley Water District, known as Valley Water. I'm here in support of the Department of Water Resources Certification of Consistency filing. Valley Water is the regional water supply and groundwater sustainability agency for the 2 million people of Santa Clara County, Silicon Valley businesses, and our vibrant agricultural communities. Every day, our county relies on a mix of local and imported water to meet our community's water needs. Approximately 40% of our water supplies are conveyed through the Delta by the State Water Project and the Central Valley Project. For generations, Delta Water has been the backbone of affordably meeting Santa Clara County's water needs. Valley Water has reduced reliance on the Delta through significant investments in demand management and local supplies. These investments include conservation, recycled and purified water, seismic retrofits of reservoirs, and regional collaborations. We have long been leaders in water conservation, a crucial component in ensuring a reliable water supply for current and future generations. Our residential per capita water use is among the lowest in the state, and we have established a water conservation goal of achieving 126,000 acre-feet per year water savings by 2050. Our Advanced Water Purification Center, the largest purification facility in Northern California, produces up to 8 million gallons of purified water per day. And we're planning a multi-billion-dollar local direct potable reuse project that will provide 24 million gallons per day of drinkable water by 2035. Through more than 20 demand management programs, we have reduced and will continue to reduce our reliance on the Delta. Compared to 2010, we estimated around a 10% decrease in the supply of Valley Water's portfolio. This project is a vital upgrade to California's water infrastructure system. It will improve the long-term reliability of Santa Clara County's water supplies. We urge you to proceed expeditiously. The stakes are too high to delay any longer. This project will secure the most affordable water supply for our community and much of the state.
Thank you. We could just, yep.
You can hear me now. All right. Good afternoon, Chair Lee and council members. My name is Adam Borchard. I am the manager of North Delta Water Agency. The North Delta Water Agency supports the appeal filed by the Delta Protection Commission and the appeal filed by the County of Sacramento and Sacramento County Water Agency. In 1981, the North Delta Water Agency negotiated and executed with the Department of Water Resources the contract for the assurance of a dependable water supply of suitable quality, more commonly referred to as the 1981 contract. The 1981 contract is a year-round contract that obligates DWR to meet certain water quality criteria at 7 monitoring locations for the benefit of the Delta, even in months when Decision 1641 does not apply. The contract water quality criteria varies month to month, and it's based on a 14-day running average of mean daily electrical conductivity. The 1981 contract also prohibits DWR from decreasing the natural flow or otherwise altering Delta channels to the detriment of North Delta water users. By the time the Delta Reform Act was adopted in 2009, the 1981 contract had been in place in governing salinity in the Delta for nearly 3 decades. As with the water quality protections for agricultural beneficial uses under Decision 1641, the assurances of the 1981 contract should be factored into the Delta Stewardship Council's consideration of the Delta environmental baseline. DWR's proposed Delta Conveyance project threatens to detrimentally impact the water users and communities in the North Delta Water Agency, who depend on the water supply and water quality assurances of the 1981 contract. This threat comes from exporting a substantial amount of natural Delta flow that would otherwise go toward maintaining water quality and compliance with the 1981 contract. It is a serious concern that DWR's consistency certification fails to demonstrate that DWR will continue to meet its 1981 contractual obligations, and therefore the Delta Water Agency respectfully requests the project's certification be remanded to DWR. Thank you.
Thank you.
Good afternoon. I'm Jennifer Pierre. I'm the general manager for the state water contractors. I represent the 18 water agencies that are all currently in the planning process for this project. And as is noted earlier, 3/4 of all disadvantaged communities in the state receive some portion of their water from the state water project. In 2009, when the legislature enacted the Delta Reform Act, it recognized that new and improved Delta conveyance was necessary to reduce reliance and achieve the necessary co-equal goals. This council updated the Delta Plan in 2018, consistent with the Delta Reform Act's requirements, to include measures to promote new Delta conveyance, new storage, and the operation of both to further the co-equal goals. The DCP as proposed is consistent with the Delta Plan's recommendation that the state pursue a more flexible dual conveyance system to address climate change, sea level rise, and the risk of levee failures from floods or earthquakes. The DCP is consistent with the general Delta Plan recommendation to add new Delta conveyance consisting of 1 or more fish-screened intakes in the North Delta, connected to existing facilities of the South by isolated underground facilities. And as the certification consistency demonstrates, DWR has followed all of the numerous other recommendations for the environmental review, operations, siting considerations to protect water quality in the Delta, protect sensitive fish species, and respect local land uses by avoiding and reducing land use conflicts and other community impacts. The legislature and this council were and are right to recognize the state needs new conveyance, new storage, and reduced reliance to address the crisis in the Delta threatening both water supplies and the ecosystem. The state water contractors, the 18 public water agencies that would presumably invest in this project, have reduced reliance exactly as the Delta Plan has asked them to. They've conserved water and they've made significant investment in local projects, often at much greater cost than the state water project supplies they currently receive. It's time for the state to move beyond recommendations and exhaustive analysis. It's time to implement this conveyance facility. We urge you to deny the appeals that will only cause further costs to water ratepayers and allow the state to move forward with the project. Thank you.
Thank you.
Before our next commenter, I'd like to call up the next three on the list, Morgan Snyder, Spencer Fern, Artie Valencia, Thomas Keeling.
Good afternoon. I am not here today representing any party. I'm here today as a resident, a longtime resident of the Delta. The Delta, as you know, is in crisis. Collapses of species caused by excessive water exports, increasing salinity that threatens Delta farmers and urban water supplies caused by excessive water exports, increasing harmful algal blooms caused by excessive and ill-timed water exports. The status quo is not an option. And what is the status quo? For decades, powerful interests have campaigned at unconscionable expense to take even more Delta water away by any means, including an ill-conceived isolated conveyance, of which this proposed project is one, that would further accelerate the Delta's decline. That is the status quo. But tunnel proponents' dreams of an isolated conveyance, which is a 19th century approach to a 21st century challenge, by the way, are sucking the political will and public resources away from other viable and realistic alternatives, some of which have been talked about here today, and I won't go into them. We can do better. We must do better. The proposed tunnel is a giant step in exactly the wrong direction. A word about common sense. Please do not abandon your common sense. You can be so lost in 5-digit references and the weeds. Don't abandon your common sense. Anybody who comes up to you and says, we're going to take up to 1/3 of the flow of the Sacramento River, and we're going to do all this and all that, and don't worry, we won't be impairing this already sensitive and in crisis Delta. Ask yourself, use your common sense. Get out of the weeds. Ask yourself, you are the stewards of the Delta. History is watching. Thank you.
Thank you.
Gotta adjust it for my giant self. Hello, Chair Lee and council members. My name is Morgan Snyder, and I am the Director of Policy and Programs at Restore the Delta. I am here today to implore the Delta Stewardship Council to truly consider the devastation this proposed project would have on our ecosystems, communities, tribal partners, and the regional river economy. I want to start by thanking Councilmember Eggman for her thoughtful question yesterday on what happens in the hot months when flows are low and algae is growing. What happens to the communities? What happens to the ecosystems? I'd like to respond directly to this question today. These communities have and continue to bear the brunt of the impact from decisions like these made here today. Communities are unable to safely recreate, experience direct health impacts, and the ecosystems continue to decline. We are looking at a 3rd straight year of salmon fishery closures. There are legacy contaminants like methylmercury still present in the system. We have 7 endangered fish species, numerous invasive species, including the recent addition of golden mussels, and we have toxic, noxious algae blooming. You cannot look at this ecosystem and believe it is healthy, or believe that another man-made structure created to remove water from the ecosystem will somehow save it. The Delta Stewardship Council has been tasked with important decision-making power. The fate of the Delta is literally in your hands. I implore you to uphold the co-equal goals of protecting, restoring, and enhancing the Delta, as well as securing a statewide reliable water supply. And there are options for alternatives to the Delta Conveyance project. We should be investing in local resilient supplies. We should be investing in the sinking canals and our levee systems to secure state water project water through the system. And not only will the DCP be devastating to the Delta, its reliability is still a gamble as it relies on snowpack and rainfall hours north of where the water would be delivered. The Delta is such a special, unique place, which is why you can see so many people here today. I can talk till I'm blue in the face about the statistics, but until you take the time to watch the birds take flight in a fog-filled morning, watch the sunset fade over waterlogged rice paddies, watch the rivers winding through the Delta Islands, and talk to the farmers and communities who call this place home, you won't fully understand what we're trying to save and protect. So please think about the people, the tribes, the ecosystems, and vote to reject the absurd notion that the DCP is somehow consistent with the Delta Plan. Thank you so much for your time today.
Thank you.
Let's see. Okay. Hi, everybody. Good afternoon, council members. My name is Spencer Fern, and I am the Delta Science Program Manager with Restore the Delta, where a major part of my work is centered around harmful algal blooms and the monitoring in sites near Stockton. Thank you for the opportunity to comment. At many previous hearings and board meetings regarding the Delta Conveyance project, I have given presentations and comments on my concerns on the impacts of this poorly planned project on the Delta and its communities, and I'm here to voice those concerns yet again. The Delta Conveyance project will remove a source of downstream flow that is vital for the Delta estuary, and it is well known that the stagnant waters help with the formation of HABs around the Delta, and with another source of removal of flow, red flags should be raised to show that the already vulnerable frontline Delta communities are the ones that will pay the unintended price for the Delta Conveyance project. I'm going to echo that what Morgan just mentioned behind or just before me about the question that Councilmember Eggman brought up about what happens when we have harmful or when we have hot summer months, lack of flow, stagnant waters. It leads to algae forming in the waterways, and for what I've seen when I'm out there collecting water samples and what I see with the community is oftentimes people unaware of what the harmful algae is. People jumping into the water, launching their kayaks, things I've seen personally just this past year with blooms present. Another thing that was a raise of concern is the golden mussels that have been numerous mentions throughout today. And there have been some scientific research in other parts of the world where there's a connection between golden mussels and the harmful algal blooms that are very common in the Delta, in the microcystis specifically. And so that's something that I think should be raised as a concern as well, on top of the golden mussels being a nuisance species just in general. A lot of these projects, like the Delta Conveyance project, get pitched around the Delta and spend a lot of time expressing that there will not be any significant impacts on water quality, but what I never really see are projects that improve the Delta in a true meaningful way, that prioritize Delta communities and ecosystems over wealthier interests. We need to focus on projects that help bring the Delta to a sustainable, healthy environment, ensuring proper environmental standards, and I urge that this Delta Stewardship Council reject the certification for the consistency of the Delta Conveyance project and focus efforts on improving the Delta's environment. Thank you.
Thank you.
Before our next commenter, I'd like to call up our next three presenters. You can head up to the podium if you'd like, though. Charles Watson, Tim Barr, Michelle Mendoza.
Good afternoon, Chair Lee and council members. My name is Artie Valencia, and I'm here with Restore the Delta. Thank you for the opportunity to speak today. DWR's assessment of whether the DCP achieves the co-equal goals in a manner that protects and enhances the Delta is not accurate. DWR contends that actions to reduce flood risks are independent of the DCP. However, prioritizing the tunnel over the existing degrading levee system will only exacerbate risk. Currently, levees in the Delta are not up to federal standards and often encounter levee boils and erosion issues during wet periods due to historical disinvestment. And according to the Delta Stewardship Council's Climate Vulnerability Assessment, 17,000 homes will be affected by flooding, and $28 billion pre-inflation in damages will accrue to critical buildings in the city of Stockton. The DCP currently has no measures to suggest that the Sacramento intake pumps will not be affected by sea level rise due to intense heavy rains and climate change, which raised concerns for Delta communities like Clarksburg, Locke, Isleton, and Cortland, which need protection. EJ communities in the Delta, like Stockton, are also at risk due to possible sediment buildup at the north intakes and onset effects of climate change that will put our current levees up to the test. The stability of these levees protecting us are tested daily by tides, river inflows, and rising sea level. Levee failures could also alter landscapes and wetlands and could degrade Delta water quality if waters rush heavily from the bay to subsided Delta inland, pulling in the higher salinity. DWR fails to prioritize levee upgrades while simultaneously downplaying concerns about climate change effects on sea level rise and related water elevations. In the Delta, the focus should shift to upgrading levees for all Bay Delta that will cost $8 billion less than DCP at $12.5 billion. Securing water reliability with existing infrastructure and reducing the chance of failure due to systemic events, flooding, or sea level rise. I urge the DSC today to reject the assertion that the DCP is consistent with the co-equal goals of the Delta Plan and instead invest in more secure levee systems for Delta communities and statewide water supply resiliency. Thank you.
Thank you.
Good afternoon. Charles Watson on behalf of West Valley Water District, United Water Conservation District, and Lake Elsinore Valley Municipal Water District. For the sake of time, we'll echo the comments of Valley Water. Is your mic on? I think so. Okay. Hello?
There you go.
There we go. I'll start over. Charles Watson on behalf of West Valley Water District, United Water Conservation District, and Lake Elsinore Valley Municipal Water District. Echo the comments of Valley Water and the water contractors to express our support for the DCP and encourage a determination of consistency. Thank you.
Thank you.
Good afternoon. Thank you for the opportunity to comment today. My name is Tim Barr. I am the Deputy General Manager of Western Municipal Water District, serving nearly 1 million residents in Riverside County. For the region we serve, the Delta Conveyance Project is about long-term system reliability and risk management. Western Water and our regional partners have made measurable progress reducing reliance on imported water supplies. Although our region continues to grow, from 2010 to 2025, our gallons per capita per day declined by 28%. That progress reflects sustained investment in conservation, efficiency, and customer programs. At the same time, we have invested heavily in local and regional supply projects through groundwater desalination, recycled water, stormwater capture, groundwater recharge, and storage. Our region produces tens of thousands of acre-feet of reliable local supply each year. Regional interconnections and water exchanges have improved operational flexibility and further reduced dependence on the State Water Project. As a result, Western's retail service area has measurably reduced State Water Project reliance from 100% about 15 years ago to about 60%, and we continue to reasonably reduce it further. However, reduced reliance does not eliminate reliance. Riverside County is growing rapidly, and a reliable mix of supplies will be needed to sustain residents, businesses, and agriculture into the future. Modernized conveyance infrastructure improves system flexibility and reduces long-term vulnerability. Delaying necessary modernization increases risk to water supplies serving 27 million Californians. Western Water respectfully urges you to deny the appeals and allow the Delta Conveyance Project to proceed. Thank you for your consideration.
Thank you.
Before our next public commenter, I'll call up our next three. Vanessa Buenrostro, Kyle Griffith, and Amber McDowell. You can go up. Thank you.
Good afternoon, Okay, working? Yeah. My name is Michelle Mendoza, and I'm here with Restore the Delta. And thank you for taking the time to listen for our comments today. I'm here today to make public comments on the certification of consistency with the Delta Plan for the Delta Conveyance Project. The Department of Water Resources is stating that the Delta Conveyance Project aligns with the co-equal goals and provides a reliable water supply for California, while protecting and restoring the Delta ecosystem by submitting the certification of consistency. Well, this is simply not true. If constructed, the DCP would pose a serious risk to the health and stability of the Delta estuary. Delta farmers are facing serious problems with subsidence from oxidized peat soil, salinity intrusion linked to sea level rise, and an over-allocated system, toxic algae indicative of a changing climate, and inadequate flows, as well as a complex national and global market. The DCP will make all of these problems worse due to the removal of fresh water flowing through the system. The DCP will also jeopardize Delta agriculture's annual economic value of $4.6 billion and will permanently remove some of 4,000 acres of USDA prime farmland from operation. The Delta in its entirety supports an annual economy of close to $7 billion, $1.5 billion in commercial salmon fishing, and $780 million in recreation.
This local economy should not be put at risk for a project that will cost between 20 to 100 billion to construct and has no clear financial plan. Delta agriculture is an important step in revitalizing the Delta economy and reconnecting communities to their waterways because there have been millions of generational investments. It also plays a critical role in the region's ecosystem, supporting birds along the Pacific Flyway. The DCP will also have a negative impact on both ecosystems and the Delta economy. So we urge the DSC to deny the certification of consistency, which does not meet the co-equal goals of the Delta Plan. Thank you for the opportunity to comment.
Thank you.
Alrighty. Hello, council members. My name is Vanessa. I am the policy analyst for Restore the Delta. Thank you for the opportunity to comment, and I am here to voice my concerns on the energy and environmental justice impacts from the Delta Conveyance project. I am also speaking as someone who's from the community and the future are tied to the Delta. In DWR's Environmental Impact Report, it is clear that additional energy to the tune of 900 gigawatts of annual electricity demand will result from this project, which is added to the 5,000 to 8,000 gigawatts per hour that the State Water Project uses annually on average. This is energy that could otherwise power up to 200,000 homes every year in a region that already experiences high energy burdens. California's grid is already being stretched to excessive heat, climate change, and increased electricity consumption, adding huge new permanent energy demand without adequate renewable energy capacity, risks in increasing fossil fuel and usage in frontline communities. This weakens California's climate obligations and increases pollution burdens on already overburdened communities. The energy-intensive underground tunneling creates substantial risk to groundwater quality and flow, placing additional energy and environmental burdens on tribal nations who rely on cultural continuity and environmental well-being that are directly tied to these waters. These waterways are not just physical resources, they are our relatives, our cultural and spiritual relatives that deserve protection. Our communities will also bear the brunt of increased traffic, construction, and air pollution with no social benefits. We have heard promises of 5,000 jobs, but without transparency on whether these are long-term, stable opportunities for our labor workforce or short-term construction work. At its core, the DCP asks Delta communities to carry these burdens while others receive existing water from here. For the reasons I discussed, I ask that DSC reject the certification of consistency for the Delta Conveyance project, and we urge that DWR consider energy, air quality, and community impacts when devising plans for the Delta region. Thank you.
Thank you.
Good afternoon. My name is Kyle Griffith. I'm speaking on behalf of Californians for Water Security, a broad statewide coalition formed in support of the Delta Conveyance project. We believe DWR's certification of consistency for the DCP meets legal requirements of the Delta Plan and is supported by substantial evidence in the record. The project directly advances the co-equal goals of modernizing conveyance infrastructure to reduce reliance on vulnerable through Delta exports, thereby improving operational flexibility during high flow periods while reducing stress on the Delta during sensitive conditions. This approach is consistent with the Delta Plan policy, which calls for actions that improve water supply reliability in a manner consistent with ecosystem protections. The project does not supplant these protections, rather it operates within them and provides infrastructure that allows regulators to be more protective of fish and habitat when conditions warrant. The certification appropriately addresses the reduced reliance on the Delta by demonstrating how the project supports long-term system resilience in combination with conservation, recycling, and regional supply investments as part of California's comprehensive water portfolio. The Department of Water Resources has followed the procedural requirements of the Delta Reform Act in identifying applicable policies, explaining consistency, and citing evidence in the administrative record. While I won't have any grand statements comparing the DCP to deforestation or of the Amazon or Godzilla attacking, I hope that members of the council will find the certification consistent with the Delta Plan and should be upheld. Thank you.
Thank you.
As our next public commenter makes their way to the podium, I'll call up our next batch. Beth Olhaso, Adrian Calvert, Gabriela Cervantes.
Okay, I have two different comment periods I'll be making. One is first with the Sacramento County Farm Bureau. I'm the executive director of the Sacramento County Farm Bureau. One of the policies of the Delta Plan is to reduce reliance on the Delta. DWR stated yesterday in their presentation that their operational plan during the winter months is to pump water from the southern diversion point up into the amount their permit allows, and then try to switch over to the northern point and pump additional flows as opportunities comes above. That there shows that they are hoping and planning to export more water. So that alone goes against the main objectives of the Delta Plan to reduce reliance. Second, helping to maintain healthy water quality and salinity levels, water must go through the Delta. There's a need to be enough flows to keep the salts out, the fish migration, and limit harmful algal blooms developing. The tunnel directly does the opposite by diverting water at the northern end instead of at the bottom in the south. This does impact the agriculture region. The Delta is one of the top pear-producing regions in California. In Sacramento County, it was 55 million in 2023 and just under 50 million in 2024. Our Sacramento County Ag Commissioner has projected that the 2 intakes and the Twin Cities complex concrete plant will permanently convert about 1,300 acres of farmland, resulting in an annual loss of $5.3 million just on the farm production value. That doesn't include all the accessory, services, our labor, and everything else that generates on to the rest of the economy. 13 years of construction will greatly impact our farmers, those with agritourism operations such as wineries and farm stands. We saw in COVID the decrease in tourism, and most of those farm stands shut down by the time that COVID was over. How much are we going to lose when we have 13 years? So this project, again, we wish you to deny and send back to them. My other comment, in a sense, if we start time over, I'm coming as a resident and a mom. And one of the issues that we have is our children. Our children that are 5 years old will start kindergarten in the fall. If this project was to start in the fall and go for 13 years, when that project finishes, those 5-year-olds will be graduating high school. Their entire academic education will be involved with construction. Also, that is the time where they're growing, their bones, their muscles, their minds, their emotions. And the impacts from the tunnels, whether it's the vibrations, the noise, the extra time they have to go to divert to get to school, or maybe missing days, is going to add a toll, not only amongst the stress that their parents or their neighbors are going through as farmland is lost, revenues are lost, the impact to our community is torn apart. And so you need to take that in consideration, that most of these children are in a disadvantaged area. We have a right to health, safe water, and we are a disadvantaged community, and those people need to be protected. We are the Delta, we are part of that. We have to be protected also. Thank you.
Thank you. Good afternoon. My name is Beth Olaso, and I'm here for 2 clients today, the Municipal Water District of Orange County and the Inland Empire Utilities Agency. They're both wholesale water agencies in the metropolitan member family. They work very hard to create local supplies to reduce our dependence on the state water project. We see the picture that's in front of us and know that local supplies are key. But state water project supplies remain critical for water quality and groundwater replenishment in wet years. For example, Inland Empire Utilities Agency is in the midst of an almost $1 billion water recycling project that helps clean up groundwater from the Chino Basin, recharge water so we have water there, and that will help it reduce its reduce its demand on the state water project. We are some of the leaders in the state in creating a portfolio of water supplies to ensure that we can deliver clean, safe, and reliable water supplies to millions of residents in Orange and San Bernardino counties. Delta Conveyance is just one of those pieces, and we are hoping to continue to be partners in making sure that we have these clean, safe supplies for all California residents. Thank you. Thank you.
As our next commenter makes their way to the podium, I'll call up our next 3. Roger Tebalt, Emily Papalardo, and Tom Slater.
Good afternoon. My name is Adrian Covert, here representing the Bay Area Council, representing the largest employers in the San Francisco Bay Area, which represents the most water-efficient region of California's hydrologic regions. The Delta Conveyance Project is essential for ensuring the Bay Area continuing to have the most affordable and climate-resilient water supply necessary for the 21st century. Water from the State Water Project currently comprises the region's second largest water source, about 30% of all water demand in the Bay Area. This vital water source faces both near-term and long-term threats. California's State Water Project is subject to catastrophic collapse from seismic threats in the Sacramento-San Joaquin Delta and long-term decline from saltwater intrusion from rising sea levels, as well as shifting precipitation patterns driven by climate change. Without action, the State Water Project will fail, with consequences too devastating to contemplate for 27 million Californians from the Bay Area to San Diego who rely on it. The Delta Conveyance Project addresses these vulnerabilities with modern engineering solutions that will safeguard water deliveries while improving environmental outcomes, a balance that aligns with our members' focus on economic productivity and health and environmental sustainability. The project has made important improvements and concessions over the years to address concerns from residents of the Delta, including intakes that are 60% smaller than just what was being proposed 10 years ago. These changes have significantly reduced the project's total impacts while ensuring it delivers the supply needed to benefit all Californians. We believe this project upholds the goals of the Delta Plan's co-equal goals, and we respectfully urge that you uphold the certification of consistency. Thank you.
Thank you. Oh, you lost your glasses, sir.
Oops. Well, that's an auspicious start. My name's Roger Tebow. I live in West Sacramento, California, and I had the good fortune of growing up in the Delta in the late 50s, early 60s, when the fish population was 17 million. The fish population is now 4 million. That means we've lost 2/3 of the fauna in the largest estuary in the west coast of the Americas. Now, that should be the canary in the coal mine, but for some reason it's not. Well, why? Everybody in this room knows this is a bad idea, but too many people are going to make money off of it. And this is about power politics. This is about Stuart Resnick, who owns the Kern County Water Bank, who owns wonderful farms, who's growing pistachios and almond trees in one of the driest parts of the state. Metropolitan Water, look what they did to Owens Valley. Do you think they're not going to do the same to the Delta? When you stick a straw in larger than a funnel and ship water out? No, this is pure politics. And we know that power and money, California, it's water. And everybody speaking on behalf of this is because they have a piece of the action, even if it's just pulling a job, they have a piece of the action and they are for that. Everybody that has to live in the Delta, everybody that has had great times in the Delta, all know, as other speakers have said, that this is a horrible, common sense tells you this is a horrible idea. Saltwater intrusion. There used to be a cardboard plant in Antioch. When they started pumping, they had to close that down because of saltwater intrusion. It's only going to get worse. We have a lot of sea lions now in the American River because they just follow the saltwater up to Rio Vista Bay. And there are more sea lions, but nonetheless, it's common sense. We are ruining the environment, and it's all for power politics. Thank you.
Thank you.
As our next commenter makes their way to the podium, I will go through our last in-person commenters. So if you are on Zoom and you would like to make a public comment, please raise your hand so that we have a total count of online commenters. So Morris Lum and Mark Goebel.
Yeah, and go for it. Sorry. Hello again. Emily Papalardo here. I come now as a lover of the town of Cortland. I had the opportunity to go to the community benefit meetings with some of the representatives from Cortland and DWR. And at the beginning of each of those meetings, the representatives of Cortland clearly stated that in no way was that meeting any kind of support of the project, and that they did not support the project and were going to continue to work again, did not want the project to move forward. However, I've got a reference in DCP.AA1.2.00001. It looks like those community benefit meetings were used to support evidence as consistent with the Delta plan. And I think that was really not in the spirit of the meetings that the residents had with DWR. And on top of that, those benefits were looking at, improvements to buildings in the town and not necessarily to other, impacts. Like my friend Lisa Kirchhoff here yesterday said, she's going to have to make a decision if this project's approved of whether or not she can continue to live where she currently does, a mile or less than a mile from the intake facility, and what that means for her house value if that project gets approved. So I don't believe that the community benefits should be part of this consistency finding. And so I respectfully request that the council ensure the record accurately reflects that Cortland's participation in the community benefits discussion does not equate to support the project and should not be construed as independent evidence of the consistency with the Delta plan. Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you. My name's Tom Slater. I'm with the North Delta Water Agency as the chairman, excuse me, and the chairman of RD 999 in the Delta. It's imperative to me that this body knows all about the 1981 contract relative to D1641. We were misled yesterday, whether on purpose or not, when DWR said his response to the brief for our appeals, 3.2.1.5, states that regarding the 81 contract, the record shows that modeled monthly average EC at all the compliance points that North Delta has is below the contract criteria. In other words, within the range that we can keep the flows the same for every year except normal years where they're really low, or scratch that last statement, the last sentence. The issue is here, he's using monthly averages. The contract isn't in monthly averages. Councilmember Moranian almost hit the home run when she said, "Are you in compliance with D1641?" And they immediately answered yes. Should have been the next question, are you compliant with the 1981 contract? No, they're not. We use 14-day running mean average for our salinity requirements at those same 7 locations that they modeled for a monthly average. You can't change the rules. And so he's comparing what monthly average would be, but he's going to be required to comply with 14-day means, apples and oranges. And it's something that they have always adhered to. They've been compliant, on a couple of occasions exceeded. But as I stated in my opening statements with the commission, the contract supersedes D1641. We must have equal or better than quality than D1641 or whatever the State Water Resource Control Board has at that time. Very important stuff. Thank you.
Thank you.
Good afternoon. I'm Morris Lum. I'm representing Recreational Boaters of California. That represents 190 yacht clubs of California. 110 of them are here in Northern California. We are against certification. Impact on recreation will be tremendously reduced for the whole Delta area of waterways. Boaters stuck in traffic from bridge operations and farm operations is a normal allowance by boaters, is part of the charm of the Delta. But getting to their boats in the marinas and trailering their boat to launch sites with the addition of nonstop construction, adding an hour or more to recreationist travel, will greatly reduce their desire to come and recreate in the Delta. They will instead go to the lakes, the rivers, and into the bay. There are only a few roads in and out of the Delta. Traffic will decimate the recreational opportunities for many years to come. Delta as a place will be lost. I am past president of the Striped Bass Association of West Delta Chapter. I am past president of Sacramento Historical Society. I serve on the board of the Sacramento History Museum in Old Sacramento. I currently serve on the board of Sacramento River Delta Historical Society. I've been a real estate broker for over 50 years in Northern California. I am a member of Urban Land Institute of Greater Sacramento. I am currently the Commodore of the Sacramento Shrine Yacht Club. I am the Rear Commodore of the San Francisco Shrine Yacht Club. I am judge advocate for the Sacramento Yacht Club in Yolo County. As a delegate for Pacific Interclub Yacht Association, I represent Sportsman Yacht Club in Antioch, which is in Contra Costa County. I thank you for your attention.
Thank you. Is that everybody in the building?
I'm going to do one more call for Mark Goebel. Okay.
Okay.
That is in person. So,
before we move online, I just want to thank everybody that came in person. That's just an amazing showing. So many young people. It's so heartening to see such engagement. We really appreciate you all being here, everyone that came in person, everyone that stayed to listen to the comments. It truly means a lot, so thank you. And we'll go to online now.
For transparency's sake, we'll start with people who were in person and requested to comment and have moved online. Next, we'll go by comments received, requested comments that we got and engage, and then we'll do the remaining of the hands raised in the order that they were raised. All right, so we will begin with Kevin Strauss. You should be able to speak now.
Good afternoon. Thank you, Council, for the time today. Yeah, I meant in my request for comment that I am online. I'm down in Southern California. I'm the communications manager for the Santa Clarita Valley Water Agency. We're a state water contractor serving approximately 295,000 Californians. We're located in northern Los Angeles County. Approximately 50% of our annual water supply is delivered through the State Water Project in an average year. Again, I want to thank you for the opportunity to voice our strong support for the Department of Water Resources' certification of consistency filing for the Delta Conveyance project, echoing a lot of the statements made by Ms. Pierre, Mr. Griffith, and others in support of this consistency finding. I do want to give a little bit of background. We provide retail and wholesale water service to residents and businesses throughout the Santa Clarita Valley, and we're serving a growing region. Our agency depends on a reliable Delta Conveyance system to help ensure safe, affordable, sustainable water supplies for our community. I do want to highlight, too, that SCV Water has taken significant steps to reduce reliance on the Delta through local and regional supply development and water use efficiency programs, all while our region experiences exponential population growth and development. For example, our 2020 Urban Water Management Plan, which I included a link to this plan in an email to the Council for a review later on, it provides substantial evidence that supports DWR's reduced reliance findings. Our Urban Water Management Plan includes detailed analyses, documentation, forecasts of future water demands, considers local drivers such as population growth, water use trends, and climate projections. So for this reason, and for the others stated by our colleagues throughout the state, SCV Water respectfully urges this council to to allow the project to proceed and to uphold its certification of consistency. Thank you.
Thank you.
Next, we'll have Gabriela Cervantes. You should be able to speak now.
Good afternoon, council members. My name is Gabriela Cervantes, and I am here on behalf of the American Council of Engineering Companies of California in support of the Department of Water Resources certification of consistency for the Delta Conveyance project. We echo the comments made by the previous commentator, Kyle Griffith, from the Californians for Water Security Coalition. Extended droughts and extreme rains experienced by California has changed how the state receives its water. We must ensure that our water infrastructure enables us to capture water when it is plentiful, so we save it for the next drought. Thank you.
Thank you.
Our next commenter is Robert Cheng. You should be able to speak now.
Thank you, Council. My name is Robert Cheng. I'm the Assistant General Manager for the Coachella Valley Water District in Southern California, where we serve up to 500,000 customers in one of the most arid climates in the American Southwest. I am here to provide support for the Delta Conveyance project. The success of this great state has always been tied directly with reliable and sustainable water supplies. More recently, opportunities stabilized the state's water infrastructure in reaction to pressures from wild swings in hydrology have become increasingly scarce. This project is a rare, once-in-a-lifetime opportunity to modernize the state water project, which is one of our state's most important water infrastructure. This project has been carefully planned and managed by the Department of Water Resources and Public Water Agency participants. We heard a lot about the steps undertaken to engage the stakeholders and also early consultation with council staff and consultation with more than 150 tribes. So I'm not going to speak to that. What is unique about CVWD is we're one of 2 California agencies who have access to both Colorado River and the State Water Project. And we can't overstate the importance of this project to our agency. We're already facing real cuts on the Colorado River, and a future without DCP will reduce the already diminishing State Water Project supplies even further. We understand the importance of conservation as a water management tool and promotes this activity through turf removal by funding removal of turf as well as non-functional turf. And we've been able to secure over 4,500 acre feet annually through that. And the expansion of our recycled water produces up to another 15,000 acre feet. However, the combined impacts from the reductions on Colorado River and the State Water Project will be too large for us to conserve our way out of. And we would have to search for other costly replacement water to comply with SGMA, which would exacerbate the affordability problem for customers, especially ones in disadvantaged communities. Thank you for the opportunity to provide comments, and we urge the council to make an affirmative consistency determination as quickly as possible. The stakes are way too high for further delays. Thank you.
Thank you.
Our next commenter will be Ava Lazor.
Yes, good afternoon. My name is Ava Laser, and I'm the incoming water supply supervisor at Alameda County Water District, or ACWD, and would like to thank the Delta Stewardship Council for the opportunity to speak today in support of the Delta Conveyance Project. ACWD is a retail water provider serving over 348,000 people and the many businesses and industries in the cities of Fremont, Newark, and Union City in the southern region of the San Francisco Bay Area. The Delta Conveyance Project is important to ACWD because we rely upon the State Water Project for about 40% of our water supply portfolio. The Delta Conveyance Project will directly impact the reliability of the State Water Project, which is crucial to meet our community's needs and to support sustainable management of our local groundwater basin. State Water Project supplies will continue to be important to our region's water supply reliability, especially as our climate is changing. Modernized infrastructure is needed to adapt the system to these significant changes. While the State Water Project is a key source for ACWD, we also have invested heavily in regional self-reliance in a number of ways. 40% of our water supply portfolio is from local supplies, primarily from local groundwater recharge activities and conjunctive use. ACWD has also been committed to conservation since the early 1990s. Our water use efficiency program includes a wide range of rebates, incentives, outreach materials, and engagement with the community to encourage and support customer water savings. In closing, the Delta Conveyance Project is key to managing ACWD's water supply portfolio by maintaining the reliability of the State Water Project and addressing the many pressures on that reliability, including seismic threats in a rapidly changing climate. Climate change is a now problem. It's already causing major swings in water supplies, and we fluctuate between severe drought and atmospheric rivers. DWR has worked very hard to ensure that the current iteration of the Delta Conveyance Project is in line with the Delta Plan, ensuring that stakeholders in the Delta have had ample opportunity to engage in development of the project. We urge you to allow that process to proceed expeditiously, and the stakes are way too high to delay any longer. Thank you for the opportunity to provide comments.
Thank you.
Our next commenter will be Maureen Martin. Oh, I'm so sorry. It will be Victoria Lort. My apologies.
Hello, good afternoon, Chair Lee and council members. My name is Victoria Lort. I'm the Director of Public Affairs and Conservation with Desert Water Agency, serving more than 75,000 Californians in the greater Palm Springs area in the Coachella Valley. First, I'd like to thank the Delta Stewardship Council for the opportunity to voice our support for the Department of Water Resources certification of consistency filing for the Delta Conveyance project. Desert Water Agency is both a state water project contractor and a groundwater sustainability agency located in an arid desert region that receives less than 5 inches of rainfall annually. Our groundwater basin is the primary source of drinking water for our community, and the state water project supplies are essential to replenishing that basin and maintaining long-term sustainability. For our region, the Delta Conveyance Project is a large statewide infrastructure project, but it is also fundamental to protecting water reliability for communities that depend on the state water project. Climate change is already reshaping California's hydrology, creating more extreme swings between drought and intense storm events. At the same time, the Delta faces well-documented seismic and sea level rise risks that threaten existing conveyance facilities. The Delta Conveyance Project represents the single most important upgrade to California's water delivery system. It modernizes aging infrastructure, improves the state water project's ability to capture and move water during increasingly volatile conditions, and reduces the risks of catastrophic supply interruptions. We also want to recognize the extensive and transparent processes undertaken by the Department of Water Resources and the Delta Conveyance Authority. The project has undergone rigorous environmental review, significant stakeholder engagement, tribal consultation, and design refinements to avoid and minimize impacts. This level of analysis and outreach reflects a serious and thoughtful effort to align the project with the Delta Plan. The DCP is a climate adaptation and risk reduction project that supports both human and environmental water needs, and it's an investment in stability, resilience, and the long-term functioning of the state water project. We strongly support DWR's certification of consistency for the DCP, and we respectfully urge the Council to allow the process to proceed without further delay. Thank you for the opportunity to provide comments today.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Now our next commenter will be Maureen Martin. You should be able to speak now, Maureen.
Can you hear me now?
We can.
Okay, great. My name is Maureen Martin. I am manager of Bay Delta Science and Regulatory Strategy for Metropolitan Water District of Southern California, providing wholesale water supplies to nearly 19 million people across 6 Southern California counties. First, I'd like to thank the Stewardship Council for the opportunity to voice our support for DWR's certification of consistency for the Delta Conveyance Project. I would also like to note and thank our member agencies that have provided written comments highlighting the importance of the Delta Conveyance Project and the State Water Project to their regions. As you know, the governor recently released California Water Plan 2028, marking the start of a multi-year effort to modernize state water planning in response to climate-driven extremes and long-term water reliability challenges. The Delta Conveyance Project is the single most important upgrade to California's water structure and essential to modernizing the Delta's facilities and ensuring California is adapting to our rapidly changing climate. Metropolitan's water supply portfolio is on average over the past 20 years, 30% approximately from the State Water Project, 20% from the Colorado River supplies, and a full 50% from locally developed water supplies. Metropolitan and its member agencies have reduced reliance on the Delta through extensive efforts to improve regional self-reliance. Since 1990, Metropolitan has spent approximately $1.7 billion on conservation, recycled water, and local groundwater recovery. Since that time, and consistent with our reporting under SB 60 to the legislature, Metropolitan recently reported 1.1 million acre-feet of conservation annually, plus nearly 600,000 acre-feet of recycling and groundwater recovery annually, for a total of 1.7 million acre-feet reduction in demand for imported supplies. It's important to note that Metropolitan and other potential investors are counting on outcomes over the next 2 years related to permitting, water rights, and this consistency certification process to make our ultimate determination on investing in the project. So with that, I would urge the council to consider the record thoughtfully and proceed expeditiously. Thank you.
Thank you.
Our next commenter will be Wes Mussel.
Hello, my name is Wesley Masal from the Mojave Water Agency, and I manage our imported supplies. First, thank you for being open to public comment. And as you've heard from many of my peers and state water contractors, the Delta Conveyance Project is a critical and necessary step for climate resilience in the future. As well as you've heard all of us, we've spent hundreds of millions, some of us billions of dollars in shoring up local supplies and adhering to the Delta Plan. Sorry, the Mojave Water Agency has reduced our reliance on the Delta by 52,000 acre feet through water recycling, 57,000 acre feet through conjunctive use programs, and increased regional self-reliance from 80% in 2010 to nearly 86% in 2025. Our service area is almost 90% disadvantaged communities, and you've heard from a lot of people speaking today, a lot of emotional calls from locals, and I think everybody appreciates that stance. But I think a voice that's rarely heard at these things is the disadvantaged communities throughout the state of California that don't have access to come and voice or understand what reduced resilience or reliance or what reduced reliability in the State Water Project means to them and how vulnerable they are to the rising costs of water and water insecurity. So this project shores up that reliability for 23 million Californians, and I don't think it can be delayed. Thank you.
Thank you.
Our next commenter will be Kirk Howie.
Hi, good afternoon. My name is Kirk Howie, and I am the Chief Administrative Officer in charge of Government Affairs and Legislation for Three Valleys Municipal Water District. We are a wholesale member agency of the Metropolitan Water District of Southern California, serving a population of over 500,000 residents and covering an area of 133 square miles. First, I would like to thank the Delta Stewardship Council and the Chair for the opportunity to voice support for the DWR's certification of consistency for the Delta Conveyance Project, or the DCP. This project is the single most important upgrade to California's water infrastructure system and is essential to ensuring that California is adapting to wide variances in climate. The longer we delay, we risk putting California's water reliability in jeopardy. The State Water Project Conveyance is uniquely important to our service area in terms of meeting demands, storing water in wet years, maintaining good water quality, and supporting local supply production, such as groundwater and recycling. In fact, the entire northern portion of our service area in Southern California is State Water Project dependent, and the loss or reduction of this supply would have significant ramifications on our customers. The DWR and the Delta Conveyance Design and Construction Authority have worked tirelessly to ensure that the DCP is in line with the Delta Plan, ensuring that stakeholders in the Delta have had ample opportunity to engage in the development of this project. In summary, even as our agency seeks to reduce reliance on imported water, the State Water Project will continue to serve as a core component of our supply portfolio and needs to be updated to mitigate the impacts of unpredictable weather patterns, sea level rise, and seismic risks. The real cost is if we continue to do nothing without the DCP, California will face more frequent and larger water shortages, more mandatory restrictions, higher water rates, more land fallowing, higher food prices, food insecurity, and job losses. Three Valleys urges you to deny the appeals and allow the project to proceed expeditiously. The stakes are too high to delay any longer. Thank you very much, and go Dodgers 2026. Thank you.
Thank you.
Our next commenter is Lance Eckhart.
Thank you very much. I'd like to thank the members of the council to hearing me today. My name is Lance Eckhart. I serve as the general manager of San Gorgonio Pass Water Agency and appreciate this opportunity. I'll try to make this brief. We're a state water project contractor at the end of the line of the East Branch, 500 miles away from the source of our water, or one of our sources of our water. We serve a very much a disadvantaged and severely disadvantaged community of over 100,000. And the San Gorgonio area is one of the areas in the Inland Empire that's available for affordable housing. We have some of the lowest median household costs in the entire region. The Delta Conveyance project does not increase our demand. It strengthens our reliability of supply that we've already contracted for. This gives us the ability to capture the state's high flow storm events that we're seeing more and more because we see a decreasing snowpack due to climate change. Our strategy is conjunctive use. We take this water, we do water spreading when the California water harvest is available, and we store that in our prolific groundwater basins so we don't have reliance on the Delta when there's no water in the Delta. This is our fundamental strategy. In addition to that, we have aggressive conservation programs, recycled water programs, so on and so forth. Very much like the other folks you talk to in Southern California, it's an all of the above approach. But recycled water does not mean that we don't need imported water. That's fundamental to our success. And it's essential to stabilize our groundwater basins and implement conjunctive use of storing California's water harvest when it's wet and use it when it's dry. Reliable conveyance reduces the long-term volatility of the California's hydrologic swings and really protects vulnerable communities from disproportionate drought impacts, rates, and the inability to provide affordable housing. We respectfully urge the council to uphold the certification of consistency and allow this project to proceed. Thank you very much for your consideration.
Thank you.
We had a request to follow a similar process like we did in person, so I'll be doing 3 batches of names so people have some advance warning. So our next 3 speakers will be Craig Wallace, Christine McCaffrey, and Michael Frost. Craig Wallace, you should be able to speak now.
Thank you. Are you able to hear me okay?
Yep.
Okay, great. My name is Craig Wallace, and I am the Assistant General Manager for the Kern County Water Agency. The Kern County Water Agency is a state water contractor and a wholesale water supplier to 14 member units that provide water supplies to small and large farms that help feed the state and the nation, in addition to providing municipal and industrial supplies to several disadvantaged communities. I'd like to thank the Delta Stewardship Council for the opportunity to voice our support for the Department of Water Resources certification of consistency for the Delta Conveyance project. I'll echo what Metropolitan Valley Water and several other of the state water contractors have said regarding the efforts of the department to engage stakeholders in the Delta and crafting operational rules to ensure that the DCP will meet flow objectives in the Bay Delta Water Quality Control Plan. An affordable and reliable state water project supply is critically important to Kern County. And unfortunately, these appeals are one of many of the delays launched by project opponents to obstruct the development of a project that would shore up water supplies and only add unnecessary costs to the project. The State Water Project will continue to serve as a core component of our water supply and needs to be updated to mitigate the impacts of climate change. We urge you to deny the appeals and allow the Delta Conveyance project to proceed. Thank you.
Thank you.
Our next commenter will be Christine McCaffrey. You should be able to unmute now.
Good afternoon. Thank you for the opportunity today to provide comments in support of the certification of consistency with the Delta Plan filed by the Department of Water Resources for the DCP. My name is Christine McCaffrey, and I'm the General Manager of the Cayugas Municipal Water District in Thousand Oaks, which serves 650,000 people in southeastern Ventura County. Cayugas was formed to provide water supply reliability to its service area as the limited groundwater supplies were diminishing in both quantity and quality. With the initiation of delivery of state water project supplies via Metropolitan in the early 1960s, the Cayugas service area was able to grow into the vibrant communities that thrive here today. However, we can only thrive with a reliable water supply. Cayugas and the retailers within its service area have worked diligently to reduce reliance on the Delta. Cayugas's demands peaked at 131,000 acre-feet per year in 2007 and decreased to 73,000 acre-feet per year in 2025. This has been accomplished through significant investments in rebates for water-saving upgrades, extensive replacement of turf with California-friendly landscaping, development of recycled water supplies, and innovative implementation of brackish groundwater desalting. More details and statistics about these investments are provided in my written comments. Cayugas is committed to continuing to enhance water use efficiency and to further develop local water supplies, but those investments will never fully replace imported water from the State Water Project. The State Water Project needs to be modernized to mitigate the impacts of climate change, sea level rise, and seismic risks. We urge you to deny the appeals and allow the DCP to proceed. Thank you.
Thank you.
Our next commenter will be Michael Frost. You should be able to speak now.
Good afternoon. The DCP does not meet co-equal goals. Let's back up a little bit from all the details we've been in here and think about the Delta as a sacred living organism, not unlike a human body. Over the last century and a half, the gold rush, CVP, and SWP put this organism on life support. We are now showing the signs of severe calamity that we don't understand the cost of. The monetary cost of the DCP doesn't make sense. It's over-industrialization. Precipitation, not infrastructure, provides water reliability. The environmental cost is too high. A delta that cannot support native fish cannot support human life for very long. We are part of this sacred organism, and the opportunity cost is too high. Every step that we take collectively towards the Delta Tunnel is a step in the wrong direction. We're now at 50 years of failure on selling the dream, bowing at the feet of the market. The market is a fickle god. They're not afraid of selling paper water or empty promises for construction contracts. This is the 2-minute warning has gone off. We cannot go down this path. The money that's allocated towards this tunnel should be put into maintaining some of the failing infrastructure we have already. Let us not forget, Oroville Dam almost came down within the last decade. There is no shortage of infrastructure in this state. The shortage is precipitation, which is normal. It ebbs and flows throughout the seasons, throughout the years. We need to work within the rhythms of nature. Thank you.
Thank you.
Our next batch of commenters will be Cindy Clark, Charles Wilson, and Judith Kirk. Cindy Clark, you should be able to speak now.
Great. Can you hear me okay?
We can.
Perfect. Okay. Hello, I'm Cindy Clark. Thank you for this opportunity to speak today. I come here representing myself as a lifelong resident of California. I'm now retired, but recently spent 8 years doing California water and federal regenerative agriculture policy, and I'm a member of the California Bar Association. I live in Santa Clara County, and I am, like so many other Californians, deeply concerned about the health of the Delta and am opposed to the Delta Conveyance project. Years of diverting water to investor-owned large-scale farms, combined with climate change, have already badly impacted our water. The Delta Conveyance project will only worsen it, bringing harmful algal blooms, saltwater intrusion, and contaminants. The detriments will be felt by so many. There will be more economic impacts on Delta recreation and tourism. As a child, we used to spend our summers there, swimming in the water and fishing for crawfish. We also experienced that sense of awe mentioned earlier, and we did not have to plan around toxic algal blooms. Another childhood distant memory is my mother going to Safeway every summer and buying salmon all year long for $3.99. Today, our billion-dollar fishing industry, which employed thousands of people, mostly small businesses, has already been decimated, and the Delta Conveyance project will only worsen the situation. Damage to native tribes will increase, and in addition, threatened and endangered species will be harmed, further damaging local ecosystems around the Delta, a key biodiversity hotspot. It is irresponsible to everyone in our state to continue with this project that would harm so many, especially in light that the cost will be over $20 billion and there is no secure funding. We need a comprehensive system that shores up what we have and adds newer technology, like direct potable reuse, not a harmful mega construction project that we cannot afford. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Looks like we're getting down to about 10 commenters online or so. So if anybody else online or in the room still
Thank you, Madam Chair. Our next commenter is Charles Wilson. You should be able to speak now.
Thank you, Madam Chair and members of the council. My name is Charlie Wilson, Executive Director of the Southern California Water Coalition. Our coalition represents the variety of agencies and organizations from business and industry to cities, counties, water agencies, and a series of community leaders committed to long-term water reliability, economic stability, and infrastructure modernization across California. After thoroughly reviewing DWR's filing and supporting documentation, we believe the department has adequately demonstrated that the project is consistent with the Delta Plan and advances the co-equal goals established by the legislature. There are 4 points, though, for today's discussion I'd like to bring us back to in your intent. 1, DWR's filing appropriately explains how the project modernizes diversion infrastructure while operating with existing water rights and regulatory constraints. The North Delta intake configuration reduces reliance on reverse flows in the South Delta and provides greater operational flexibility to protect fish species during critical mitigation or migration windows. The project does not increase authorized exports, as some have tried to share today. Rather, it improves the ability to divert water during high flow events consistent with existing permits, an important distinction under the Delta's planned reduced reliance in ecosystem protection policies. Second, DWR has documented how future hydrology will likely consist of fewer but more intense storm events and longer dry periods. The single tunnel conveyance facility, as designed, would capture peak flows when available without altering regulatory flow requirements. This is directly aligned with Delta Plan policies calling for climate adaptation, resiliency planning, and improved system flexibility under changing hydraulic conditions. Third, the department's analysis of seismic vulnerability in the Delta underscores the statewide risk posed by levee failure and saltwater intrusion. The certification of consistency appropriately identifies conveyance modernization as a resiliency measure that reduces the probability and duration of catastrophic export interruptions. And lastly, and I'll finish with this, importantly, DWR certification recognizes that the project remains subject to extensive permitting, mitigation, and adaptive management requirements. Certification does not waive environmental protections. It affirms that the project, as proposed and mitigated, is consistent with the Delta Plan's enforceable policies. We encourage you to certify. Thank you.
Thank you.
Our next commenter is Judith Kirk. You should be able to speak now.
Can you hear me?
Yes, we can.
I am Judith Kirk from Redwood City on SF Bay. First, I would really appreciate advance notice regarding time limits. I was prepared for 3 minutes, which the Water Board gives, so I've tossed my prepared remarks. But I'm speaking for our 9-year-old grandson who is in school right now. He has a big map of the Delta on the wall of his room. He's in 4th grade where they study California. He knows the Delta well and has seen the model of it in Sausalito. He knows the San Joaquin River has gone dry several times in recent years, and he's very concerned for the Sacramento River and for our Delta. Of course, he's heard me rail about the danger the Delta is in and what will happen to it if yet more water is taken from it for a tunnel. He knows about recycling water and that Southern California is way ahead of us on that. He knows that salt water is already creeping into the Delta. He loves science and doesn't understand why so many people don't want to hear what science knows is coming. He knows if and when the Delta fails, San Francisco Bay will be a big pond full of algal blooms. No Sierra water to help flush it out. He can't understand how we can let this happen, nor can I. I am so angry and disgusted that our governor would give what water is left in the Delta to Big Ag for crops to grow in a desert area for yet more profit, a lot of which Big Ag will give back to the governor for his presidential campaign that he's wanted ever since he was mayor of San Francisco. Please hold the Delta in your hearts and heed the science, please. Politics needs to be kept out of the most important life-changing issue with which we in California are dealing. Thank you very much.
Thank you.
Our next batch of speakers will be Tanisha Herring, Richard Lambros, and Christopher Anderson. Oh.
You turn yourself off, or they just turn.
Tanisha Herring, we're seeing two users and two hands. We're going to unmute one, and can you confirm if those are two separate requests to comment or two devices? You should be able to speak now. Thank you for your patience while we sort through this, folks.
Hello.
Yes, we can hear you.
Okay, thank you so much for your patience. I just wanted to say that the California Hawaii State Conference and NACP supports the certification and consistency for the Delta Conveyance project because it advances the Delta's plan, co-equal goals, and promotes water affordability and equity for disadvantaged communities across the state. The Delta plan also recognizes that the water supply reliability ecosystem protection must be achieved together. The Delta Conveyance project supports this balance by improving system reliability while operating within existing environmental protections. From an equity perspective, affordability matters. For millions of residents, particularly low-income households and communities of color in Southern California, water supplied through the State Water Project remain the most cost-effective source of water. Alternatives such as large-scale seawater desalination carry significantly higher capital, energy, and ratepayer costs. The Delta plan requires a balanced portfolio that protects the Delta while maintaining affordability. The project supports that mandate. Thank you.
Thank you.
Our next commenter will be Richard Lambros. You should be able to speak now. We are also
Can you hear me now?
Yes, we can. Thank you.
Thank you. Good afternoon. I'm Richard Lambros, Executive Director of the Secure Water Alliance. We're a coalition of business, labor, community-based organizations, and others. We support the Delta Conveyance project as part of our alliance's commitment to ensuring the development of new, well-planned, sustainable, and affordable water supply infrastructure projects in our state. Many of your speakers today have talked about the absolutely critical importance of the Delta Conveyance project to the communities and farms of California. We concur. Further, the current Delta infrastructure is aged and was not built in a time of environmental sensitivity, and it is time to remedy this to ensure that the water that nurtures 25 million people and our farms is both reliably and sustainably delivered. With that in mind, improved conveyance is inherent in the achievement of the co-equal goals of securing California's water supplies while also reducing reliance on the Delta. We believe substantial evidence demonstrates that DWR has followed the Bay Delta Plan's recommendations for water conveyance and water diversion in the Delta. So we are asking today for you to rule in favor of the Department of Water Resources filing, which is before you. Thank you.
Thank you.
Our next batch of commenters will be Dan Bacher, Jasmine Advincula, and Claire Broom. Dan Bacher, you should be able to unmute now.
Yes, my name is Dan Bacher. I'm an independent journalist based in Sacramento, focusing on fisheries, water, and environmental justice. A key goal of the Delta Plan is to preserve and restore a vibrant and healthy Delta ecosystem. The Delta Tunnel Project is completely inconsistent with the Delta Plan. The Delta ecosystem right now is in its worst ever crisis. For the 8th year in a row, the California Department of Fish and Wildlife's Fall Midwinter Trawl Survey found 0 Delta smelt, an indicator species. Other fish species, including longfin smelt, Sacramento splittail, striped bass, and threadfin shad, have declined dramatically since the State Water Project went into operation in 1967. Commercial salmon fishing has been closed for the past 3 years. The best available science reveals that Delta fish and salmon need more water to flow through the delta to be restored, not less, but the DCP will actually export even more water from the delta. The testimony of DWR engineer Amardeep Singh at a State Waters Control Board hearing states that the DCP will increase water deliveries for the state water project from the delta by 22%. Construction of the DCP by taking even more water out of the delta would be a death sentence to Central Valley fall, late fall, winter, and spring run Chinook salmon and delta fish species. Please don't certify the DCP as consistent with the delta plan. Thank you very much for listening to me today.
Thank you.
Our next commenter will be Jasmine Advincula.
Thank you. I'm Jasmine Advincula with the California Asian Pacific Chamber of Commerce. Our members, from small family-owned restaurants to major manufacturers, depend on a reliable, affordable water supply to operate, hire, and grow. The Delta Conveyance project is a critical investment in California's economic stability. Climate change is already disrupting water reliability through extreme swings between drought and intense storms. Sea level rise also threatens saltwater intrusion that could interrupt water deliveries to up to 25 million people. Businesses simply cannot plan, invest, or expand under that level of uncertainty. Local suppliers are doing their part, investing in recycling, conservation, and new technologies, but these efforts all rely on the backbone of the State Water Project. Modernizing the way we move and protect the water strengthens every regional supply strategy. We also appreciate DWR's Accountability Action Plan and the $200 million Community Benefits Program, which show a commitment to transparency and direct investment in the communities most affected by construction. On behalf of the Cal Asian Chamber, we urge the Council to approve this certification of consistency. Thank you for your time.
Thank you.
Our next commenter is Claire Broom. You should be able to speak now.
Good afternoon. Can you hear me okay?
We can.
Wonderful. Chair Lee and council members, I'm Dr. Claire Broom. I'm a professor of public health, and in that role, I do quantitative modeling and I study climate change. I am surprised that the and I am urging you to reject the certificate of consistency. This is based on the fact that we are in a climate crisis. As many speakers have alluded, the climate is changing. The scientific evidence is clear. To rely on the strategies of the past, and specifically to use 30 years of climate data as your baseline, is prima facie ridiculous. We need to be planning for the future. As you've heard from both pro and con speakers, the future is perilous. We don't know whether it'll be plenitude or scarcity for water. All the more reason to not rely on the past massive construction solutions and emphasize more and more the kind of flexible planning you've heard. In your role as stewards of the Bay and the Delta, I ask you to plan for the future and reject this extremely expensive Delta Conveyance project. The money would be much better spent on sustainable water going forward. Thank you very much.
Thank you.
Our next comment is from Lane Fajot. You should be able to speak now.
Yeah, good afternoon, Chair Lee and Delta Stewardship Council members. My name is Lane Peugeot, and I'm speaking today on behalf of Sierra Club California and our more than 500,000 members statewide, many of whom live, work, and recreate in the Delta. As someone who grew up in the Delta myself, I can't overstate how absurd and reprehensible it would be to certify DWR's Delta Conveyance project as consistent with Council's co-equal goals. Accordingly, Sierra Club urges the Council to deny certification of consistency for this environmentally destructive project. The DCP is fundamentally incompatible with the Council's core co-equal goals of protecting, restoring, and enhancing the Delta ecosystem. It is deeply offensive to the tribes, fishers, and Delta communities who depend on the ecosystem who claim otherwise. The root cause of the Delta's ecological crisis is well established: a severe and long-term decline in freshwater flows entering the Delta. Ecologists and scientists are unequivocal on this point. The ecosystem is collapsing because it is being starved of freshwater. And yet, the entire premise of the DCP is to divert even more freshwater out of the system at the northern end of the Delta before it can flow through the ecosystem at all. This is not restoration, it is extraction. It is a closed case that this tunnel would make ecological recovery impossible, and it would actively worsen the Delta's defining problem. What makes this even more outrageous is that this project does not deliver the water reliability benefits its proponents claim. The DCP connects the State Water Project to no new water supplies and instead relies on further exhausting an already over-allocated system. The Delta region and the state's water infrastructure would remain deeply vulnerable to seismic risk, even if the tunnel were completed. All of this comes at an astonishing $60 to $100 billion price tag, costs that Californians will bear instead of investing in more effective, local, and resilient water solutions. I find it reprehensible that DWR representatives are here today lying about the project's consistency with Council's very laudable goals. This project is not going to improve or maintain ecological conditions, and it is a blatant fabrication to say otherwise. There are solutions to water reliability issues across the state that don't involve pumping Delta dry, and Sierra Club urges the Council to reject DWR's preposterous request for certification of consistency. Thank you very much for your time.
Thank you.
Our next comment will be from Mark Goebel. You should be able to speak now. Can you hear us, Mark?
There. Hello. Can you hear me now?
Yes, we can hear you.
Super. Thank you. Sorry about all that. Hey, so I'll try and make it quick. The DWR is treasonous to California voters. This peripheral canal was voted down in 1983. Using state resources to push this thing, which is the exact same thing as a peripheral canal, shoved underground. It is a workaround against the will of the people, pure and simple. Up to 3 years ago, this little agency described itself as the owner and the operator of the SWP on their website. I don't think that they've ever gotten over the fact that they don't own this thing. Southern California water contractors, they're all being paid to make these comments today. I'm not. And there are several people that have called in that are not being paid to call you today. You don't hear too many people that are not employed calling you today. Just thought I'd point that out. The other thing I want to talk about is poop. You got several cities along the river there. You got Sacramento just as one example that takes and processes 125 million gallons of water through the sewage treatment plant every day and discharges into the river when they're done. There's Lodi, there's Oakley, there's a ton of different towns that do the exact same thing. That's why we need the flows that go through when we have the big storms. Aside from the fact that you got nowhere to put that water if this thing was built in February, when it's the only time that you're going to get it, and that's the exact time that every reservoir is full, it's just not going to do any good. The other thing I wanted to point out that 1 million seconds is 11.5 days, and 1 billion seconds is 32 years. Put that on the price tag, and you kind of get an idea of what we're talking about. that's kind of all I wanted to say. I live on a houseboat in the Delta. I know when they turn the pumps on. And to say that this thing is not going to take more water is just bull. As soon as that thing gets put in, it's going to be running 24/7. We all know it. And then there's going to be salt water all the way up to Hood. And that, to say anything other than that, the SWP always wins. We had a rock barrier put in last few years with no environmental oversight on it, just so the SWP was not affected by any salt water. Thanks for the opportunity. Have a great day.
Thank you.
Our next commenter will be Peter Dreckmeyer.
Thank you and good afternoon. My name is Peter Dreckmeyer. I'm the Policy Director for Yosemite Rivers Alliance, and I'm a former mayor of Palo Alto. The Delta Reform Act of 2009 offered hope for the Beleaguered Bay Delta ecosystem by establishing the co-equal goals. Were those just words, or will we truly give revival of the Bay Delta equal weight? In 2018, under the leadership of Water Board Chair Felicia Marcus, Phase 1 of the Bay Delta Water Quality Control Plan was adopted. 7 long years later, it has yet to be implemented. How was Felicia rewarded? She got canned by then recently elected Governor Gavin Newsom, who has championed the Delta Tunnel. This sent a chill through the water board and everything changed. The focus turned to voluntary agreements, which water agencies falsely claim would produce more fish with less water. All the best available science is clear that our aquatic ecosystems desperately need higher freshwater flows. The tunnel and the voluntary agreements are intricately linked. The tunnel depends on the voluntary agreements to enable diversion of even more water from the Delta, which is already on the brink of total ecosystem collapse. Here are a few quotes from the scientific basis report for the Tuolumne River Voluntary Agreement. Fish habitat quantity and quality on the Tuolumne River is primarily controlled by flows. The Tuolumne River Voluntary Agreement is expected to result in a new flow contribution downstream of LaGrange Dam from January through June that range from 2 to 12,000 acre feet per year on average, 2 to 12,000 acre feet in a system with an average yield of 1.85 million acre feet per year. The Tuolumne River Voluntary Agreement is expected to result in new contributions to Delta outflow that range from 7 to 17,000 acre feet per year on average. Again, from a system with a yield of 1.85 million acre feet. This is just one of the rivers. The voluntary agreements are clearly a sham, but they're needed to enable the Delta Tunnel to suck the last breath of life out of the Delta. Please follow the science and reject the certification of consistency. Thank you.
Thank you.
Our next commenter is Michelle Rivera.
Hello?
You should be, oh, yep, we can hear you.
Okay, great. Thank you. Hello, my name is Michelle Rivera and I work for the California Indian Environmental Alliance. I'm here to oppose the Delta tunnels and the certification of consistency that was submitted. I'm opposed because this project will degrade the water quality, threaten habitats and aquatic species, and make a negative impact to the economy in the Delta and will affect tribal and cultural resources. My org works to support tribes in their work to designate tribal beneficial uses in their historical waterways. And this project could completely diminish any hope of them designating those tribal beneficial uses. Tribes want to be able to fish and consume traditional foods and hold their ceremonies without fear that they will be exposing themselves to toxins in the water and fish may be digesting. Tribal cultures are place-based and may require access to the footprint areas that are in the associated project. Continuing with construction and implementation of this project may very well limit the tribal community and destroy culturally significant spaces that tribes use year-round. Earlier in the meeting, there was a discussion about mitigating tribal cultural resources, and I would like to emphasize that the best way to mitigate any impact to tribal cultural resources is to not have the Delta Conveyance project implemented. Thank you.
Thank you.
All right, we are at our last public comment. There is no name associated with this commenter. It's an email address ending in 19. We are going to unmute you now.
Can you hear me now?
Yes, we can.
My name is Karen Jacques. I'm sorry, but my email just does that and puts when I use Zoom. Anyway, I'm joining all the people who are asking you not to certify this project as being consistent. I live in Sacramento. I love the Delta. Since I came here in the early 1980s, I've watched it continue to deteriorate as more and more water is sucked out of it and sent south. The DCP is just going to do more of the same. I am fearful for the collapse of the Delta, and I feel a responsibility to speak up to try to stop that in the name of young people and future generations and all the species that live there. I also think that the money that could be spent, that is going to be spent on the DCP, if it's built, could be much better used for alternative, more local solutions. And many people have commented on that. I'm also very concerned about the devastation that this will cause to Delta communities in terms of the economy. Many of those communities are EJ, in terms of cultural resources, including historical resources, and in terms of tribal resources and beneficial uses. And I strongly support the comments that I've heard from tribal members, and I also, in the interest of saving time, strongly support the previous comments that were made by Claire Bloom and Lane Figeaud, among others. Please do not certify this as consistent. The Delta deserves, and its species deserve to live.
Perfectly timed. Good job. Thank you. Okay, and we do have one more. All right.
Yes, we do have another commenter, Liz Ritchie. You should be able to unmute now.
Thank you so much, and I appreciate the opportunity to speak. I first want to just mention that I was part of the environmental consulting firm that did a lot of studies back in 1980 and put together the modeling for the peripheral canal, showing the devastating impacts it would have. And here we are still 40 years later debating this issue. So Chair and members of the council, as a resident deeply invested in the future of our Sacramento San Joaquin Delta, I stand before you today to strongly oppose the Department of Water Resources Delta Conveyance project. This massive tunnel proposal is not just ill-conceived, it's a direct threat to the Delta's unique ecosystem, the communities and values, violating the very spirit of the Delta Reform Act of 2009. First, the project is simply too big. As the Delta Protection Commission has expertly testified, it fails to comply with the Delta Plan Policy DPP2, which demands respect for local land use and minimizing the conflicts with existing agricultural, cultural, and recreational resources. Picture Godzilla stomping through our fragile Delta islands. No amount of mitigation can prevent the inevitable damage from construction, noise, traffic, and permanent alterations to this evolving place, the largest freshwater estuary on the west coast of the Americas. Second, the Department of Water Resources has cut corners in its analysis, ignoring feasible alternatives that could achieve water reliability without devastating impacts. Aggressive conservation, recycling, groundwater recharge, and protective operations that deliver comparable benefits would be at a lower cost and lower risk. Yet the Department of Water Resources dismisses these, prioritizing exports over ecosystem health, even as climate change evidence mounts. Rising sea levels, increased salinity intrusion, reduced snowpack, and warm waters are already stressing our fisheries and water quality. This project would only exacerbate these vulnerabilities, potentially leading to irreversible habitat loss for endangered species like the Delta smelt and the salmon. So for generations of Delta residents from Freeport to Walnut Grove, this isn't just infrastructure, it's our home, our livelihood, our heritage. The council must honor its mandate under Public Resources Code 29773 and adopt the DPC's recommendations and reject this certification and demand alternatives that truly balance the co-equal goals. And with that, I say thank you. And I hope you will listen to the voices of reason that have been wanting to protect this delta and not plunder it.
I believe there are no further requests for public comment, either in person or online.
Okay, thank you. Thank you for that last commenter. Sorry, I didn't realize you'd finished. All right, so any more commenters? Online? No? Going once? Going twice? Anyone in the room would like to make a final comment? No? Okay. We will close public comment, and then I just want to, again, thank everybody for being here. You guys all left in the room get the longevity award. The council has received valuable information from the parties and the speakers we heard from yesterday and today, and much of the information is highly technical, and it's going to take the council some time to give it proper consideration before making a decision on the appeals. So in order to help our council consider the issues before it, at this time, I'd like to direct, direct the hearing staff to prepare a draft determination for the council's review. The council will consider the draft determination and make a final decision within 60 days of today's hearing. A notice confirming the date and time will be sent out in advance of the meeting as required by law. And I think before I close out the meeting, I'll just see if any of the other members want to make a final comment or have to say anything. Yes, Diane.
I just want to acknowledge all of our Delta Stewardship Council staff. There's been a lot of work over the holidays. There's been a lot of effort to put this meeting together. And I just wanted to acknowledge everybody for all the work. Hopefully they're going to get to breathe a little bit this week. And then they get back to work, as JP said to me. There's a lot more work to do now.
Yes.
So thank you.
TGIF, right? All right. Anyone else? All right. All right. Thanks, everybody. Appreciate it. And with that, we'll close out the meeting.